Chapter 1202. In the DM company that was filled with tall buildings, the fire was gradually expanding under the violent wind. The wind was also becoming more and more violent under the burning of the flames. The wind helps the fire and the fire helps the wind. Accompanied by the raging winds and the sea of fire, the buildings belonging to the DM were inevitably destroyed one by one on the ground. Charred stones flew everywhere under the raging winds. The entire DM branch company was slowly walking towards destruction. Ha! Jianghu sure held a huge, ilrim, spear in his hand. The tip of the spear spun rapidly like a drill bit, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Like a huge tornado arrow, the spear shot out with a sharp whistling sound and attacked the DM magicians. Dusk Cord also swung the El Naash chain spirit pendulum in his hand, creating complicated trajectories in the air, creating gusts of wind. As Dusk Cord swung it, the gusts of wind turned into sharp wind blades, slicing forward. The magicians of Dem were blown away by the storm created by Wuxia and Xianxia. It was as if their chests had been hit by an invisible hammer. They screamed and disappeared into the horizon like pieces of paper. For a moment, the sky above the Dem branch was filled with screams and cries of agony. He. On the other side, Curison was floating in the air wearing a blood-red princess dress. A dense black shadow rippled out from his body and quickly expanded. Hundreds of identical wild threes immediately twisted and shot out from the black shadow, rushing towards the Bandersnatch team that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The DEM's Bandersnatch troops didn't even have time to aim the laser cannons on their palms at the large number of curtains. The curtains rushed in front of them amidst a series of air-piercing sounds. They actually directly used their hands to viciously pierce through the hard shell of the Bandersnatch, instantly destroying the Bandersnatch in front of them. Bang 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 bang. Not long after, the Bandersnatch that had their bodies torn apart exploded in midair, stirring up clouds of dust and flames. The explosions didn't stop. It didn't stop. Under Jianghu Shi's, Xianxia's and Curison's attacks, the number of magicians and Bandersnatch squad was decreasing at an unstoppable rate. Of course, the magicians and the Bandersnatch troops did not just stand there and not fight back. Dense gunfire and laser beams flew out from their weapons from time to time, drawing a trajectory in the air. They flew towards the three elven girls. Unfortunately, the difference was too big. Just by relying on these ordinary magicians and mechanical dolls, there was no way they could turn the tables against the three elven girls. The cries of the magicians continued, and the Bandersnatch gradually turned into pieces of scrap metal and fell to the ground. They were incinerated by the sea of fire below. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were all wiped out. However, it would take a lot of time. After all, there were too many magicians and Bandersnatch squad. Jianghu Shi, Xianxia and Curison only had 3 people. Even with the help of Curison's clones, it wouldn't be easy to take down all the magicians and Bandersnatch squad. One thing was for sure, the war was still going on. The magicians of the Dem squad, the Bandersnatch squad, the elves that looked exactly the same, 2 powerful storm warriors. At this moment, in the sky above the DM branch office, bullets were fired, gales raged, artillery fire raged, and smoke rose from all directions. The warlike attack and defense battle was still ongoing, causing the scene to be in chaos. In the attack and defense battle between the 2 sides, the Dem branch below was either destroyed by the sea of fire, the wind, or the aftermath of the battle. It wouldn't take long for it to completely turn into ruins. At that moment, Irene, who was the main combat force, carried Will Scott and drove the Pandaragon engine to a shelter below at full speed. Compared to Irene, Will Scott was no doubt a burden. In such a war, it was impossible for Irene to wholeheartedly participate in the battle with Will Scott. She still had to protect Will Scott. In that case, Irene's battle prowess would drop by several levels. Only by letting Will Scott leave the battlefield can Irene fight without any worries. After putting Will down, Irene started the engine again and floated up. "Ike, you should go take shelter first." Will Scott nodded and knitted his brows. "Can you do it?" In the previous mission to capture the diva, Irene had suffered a near-fatal injury. At this moment, although the display device, with superior healing effects, had healed Irene's injuries, Irene herself had said that her injuries weren't fully healed. If she joined the battle, she would be fine for a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, she would be affected. Irene knew her family's situation well. Naturally, she had to consider her own situation. Therefore, she nodded at Westcott. I understand. I don't plan to directly participate in the battle. Turning her head, Irene looked at the only office building that remained intact under the sea of fire. A glint flashed in her eyes. I plan to use that. Will Scott was stunned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. However, he soon frowned again. Are you sure you can do it? You're alone. Of course. Elaine didn't even think about it before replying. My body is heavily injured but my brain isn't. I can still operate it alone. As expected of you. Will Scott smiled and waved his hand. If that's the case, then you can go. Remember, if you fail, just retreat directly. It's just a branch company. We can rebuild it at any time, but if DEM loses you, then the loss will be huge, I understand. Leaving this sentence behind, Irene started the engine on her body, turned around, and flew toward the direction of the first office building. Westcott stood in the middle of the sea of fire and looked up at Wu Yan and the others who were fighting in the sky. To be more precise, he was looking at Wu Yan alone and smiled. We will meet again, on the other side, while Yakuya, Duskcord, and Kurumi were engaged in an unprecedented battle between the elves and the magicians. Natsuki was looking ahead with a calm expression. I didn't expect you to stand in front of me, ahahaha. Natsuki's words were met with maniacal laughter. That laughter came from a woman with red hair and a pair of fox-like eyes. She was wearing a red skin-tight suit. It was none other than Jessica, who had been defeated by Natsuki earlier. However, Jessica's appearance has greatly changed compared to before. Her hands, feet, chest, forehead, and face are all wrapped in bandages. She's not equipped with a CR unit anymore. Instead, she's equipped with a war chariot. It's completely red and has 2 cannons the size of tree trunks. What an exaggerated thing. Natsuki glanced at Jessica's red mech. What? You want to drive this thing out and hit someone? Who knows, maybe you really hit me. Ahaha, are you scared? Jessica revealed a twisted smile. I'm very strong now, I won't lose to you again. I'll lose to you, Jessica laughed maniacally. She opened her eyes wide and aimed the cannons at Natsuki. Finally. I can kill you. Along with this crazy sentence, a series of rhythmic clicking sounds could be heard. Jessica simultaneously opened up all the magazines on her body and launched a barrage of missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Natsuki elegantly closed her parasol while looking at the incoming barrage of missiles. A wave of mana surged from her body. Chapter 1203. Swish 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 swish, hoo, bang bang bang. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another without any pause. It reverberated in the vast night sky, accompanied by the sharp whistling of the wind and the sound of explosions. Ah! Hee 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 hee, bang bang bang. The screams of the DEM magicians continued, accompanied by creepy laughter. Then, the sound of gunshots also sounded, filling the world with all kinds of noises, proving that the chaos on the scene had not stopped. In the underground corridor of the first office building of the DEM branch company, Irene drove the Pandaragon's engine and flew deeper into the building. At the same time, she heard all the sounds on the ground through the DEM's wide area radio. Her eyes were full of solemnity. Just by listening to the sounds, Irene roughly knew how the attack and defense on the ground had become. Obviously, the DEM was at an absolute disadvantage. Just the continuous screams in the radio channel and the noise caused by the loss of contact one by one were enough for Irene to guess the situation on the ground. If this continues, the destruction of the DEM branch office was only a matter of time. This was something that Irene absolutely did not want to see. It was not that Irene was distressed about the DEM research facilities and buildings. Even if these were all destroyed, Irene would not even frown. The reason why she did not want to see it was only because of psychological reasons, the investigation and capture mission on Heim Island. When they first arrived at Heim Island, because of Wu Yan's intervention and the destruction of Albald, they declared a complete failure. The mission to capture the diva was also destroyed because of Natsuki's intervention. Now, even the DEM branch office that was guarded by Irene herself was attacked by the elves who were supposed to be prey. This was really unbearable for Irene, who had never lost her composure like this before. So, that was why Irene pushed Will Scott, who was supposed to be her priority, out to take refuge alone. That was why Irene chose to return to the battlefield when she knew that the other party had Wu Yan and Natsuki on the scene. There was absolutely no chance of winning. It was all for the sake of fighting one last time. With that, even if I can't kill Shido and Natsuki, I can at least force them to retreat. If I'm lucky, I might be able to heavily injure Nightmare and Berserker. Irene narrowed her eyes. The engine behind her started running wildly again, making Irene turn into a stream of light and quickly shot into the depths of the ground. Not long after, an iron passageway appeared in Irene's vision. Irene saw the iron passage extending forward. Irene immediately flew over. Landing on the ground, Zhang Xian raised his head and looked at the metal passageway ahead. About 10 meters ahead, there was a small platform. On top of the round platform, there was a sophisticated instrument that looked like a cockpit. When she saw this instrument, Irene's gaze never left it. Obviously, this instrument was Irene's target. Walking to the side of the instrument, Irene directly sat in the cockpit-like seat of the instrument and closed her eyes. On its body, the platinum-colored surface of Pandaragon dimmed a little. On its 4 limbs, thin lines suddenly shot out and connected to the instrument. Suddenly, several indicator lights on the instrument's body flashed. In an instant, it lit up like a light bulb, and the screen on the instrument also lit up. Lines of data that made people dizzy flashed past, filling the entire screen. It maintained this state until 10 seconds later. The data on the screen froze for a moment before disappearing one after another, replaced by an image. A volley of bullets was fired, the wind was raging, artillery fire was raging, and smoke was rising from all directions. It was a chaotic scene like a war. It was the image of the battle between the elves and the DEM magicians on the ground. Irene slowly opened her eyes, looked at the image on the screen, her expression froze. She instantly issued the command to control the instrument. Looking at the chaotic battlefield and the sea of flames below, Wu Yan's black clothes fluttered in the wind. His body was as steady as empty tie. Ignoring the storm that could blow away buildings, he scanned the battlefield, taking in everything that's going on in his mind. Kurumi's avatars destroyed the Bandersnatch one by one, and the DEM magicians were blown away by Yeju Shi and Yeju Xixian. The enemy's numbers were steadily decreasing. Wu Yan's expression became more and more satisfied. He glanced at Natsuki, who was playing hide-and-seek with Jessica. Jessica flew into a rage and Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. Looks like I don't have to do anything. At the same time, Kotori's anxious voice came from the wireless earpiece in Wu Yan's ear. There's a large amount of mana being generated. The magnitude of the reaction is even greater than the mana used to power Fraxinus. Be careful. A large amount of mana being generated? Wu Yan frowned. He sensed something and he turned around. He looked at the only building left standing in the sea of fire. The first office building of the DEM branch. Under Wu Yan's watchful gaze, the first office building of the DEM branch company started moving. No. It shouldn't have moved. It should be said that the entire first office building of the DEM branch company suddenly floated up and left the ground. Amidst the tremors of the ground, it flew up. Dense mana flowed around the building like a golden light. It covered the entire surface of the first office building. Under the effect of the mana, the red lotus flames on the building were extinguished, revealing the charred building. This is... Wu Yan and Coterie, who saw this scene through the big screen in Fraxinus, were all stunned. Bam! While everyone was still in a daze, the first office building suddenly exploded and fell apart in an instant. The deafening roar covered all the other sounds on the scene and attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the scene of the first office building exploding, the magicians of the DEM team cried out in shock. They didn't know what was going on either, even if they told the others. Wu Yan, on the other hand, saw some black shadows in the explosion of the number 1 office building. When the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, the existence of the first office building had been completely erased. What appeared in everyone's eyes were instruments that looked like automatic surveillance cameras. However, they were several times larger than automatic surveillance cameras and were the size of tables. What's that? Coterie couldn't help but ask. How am I supposed to know? Wu Yan bitterly laughed. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying machines. But it's normal. This is the DM's territory after all. I don't believe they don't have any ultimate defense measures, then you have to be careful. Coterie said in a deep voice. If that's the case, then those things aren't simple. It's unknown if Coterie's words are true, but the instruments in front of them started circling in the air at an extremely fast speed. They all stopped at a fixed position. Immediately after, the two ends of the instrument flickered with light, emitting light, connecting with the light emitted from the instrument closest to it, forming a huge circle with light, emitting a strong light. Traces of terrifying energy fluctuations began to condense within the circle. Oniai-chan. Be careful. Coterie's panicked voice startled Wu Yan. In the next instant, all the energy within the huge circle of light condensed into a deadly beam of light and shot out. Wherever it passed, the fighting automatons and Kurumi's doppelganger were crushed like dried twigs. Like a pillar holding up the sky, the huge beam pierced through space and evaporated the wind and atmosphere. It enveloped Wu Yan's figure. Chapter 1204. The torrent of light seemed to have pierced through the sky. From the circle that was emitting intense light, the torrent of light shot up into the sky at an oblique angle, shooting towards the direction of the sky. The surrounding wind and atmosphere were crushed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The Bandersnatch puppets and Kurumi's clones were also annihilated in an instant. A huge hole was formed in the dark clouds that covered the sky, revealing the dark night sky inside. It was like a pillar of light that illuminated the world. It was very dazzling. However, the elves who saw Wu Yan being shot by such a terrifying torrent of light didn't think it was that dazzling. Natsuki and Kurumi's expressions changed. Yeguya and Shisian also shouted in shock. Master. Seeing Wu Yan being swallowed by the torrent of light, the girls became anxious and no longer held back. Mana and spirit energy began to surge crazily from Natsuki, Kurumi, Yeguya, and Shisian. The Guardian of Gold was summoned by Natsuki. With a slash, the Guardian of Gold cleaved the chariot-like body of Jessica in half. At the same time, the Guardian of Gold slashed a huge wound on Jessica's body so deep that her bones could be seen. Kurumi summoned her own Carving Emperor and fired bullets with the power of time at her avatars, causing all the Kurumi to be buffed. They madly attacked the remaining Bandersnatch machines and turned them all into scraps. Yaguya and Shisian unleashed the full potential of their angels. Fierce whirlwinds swept across the sky above the Dem branch, blowing away a group of Dem magicians like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In just a short moment, the magicians of Dem all disappeared from the scene, and the Bandersnatch troops were all turned into scraps. Jessica was also fatally injured by the sword of the Guardian of Gold. She fell into the sea of fire below and was instantly incinerated. Until their enemies were dealt with. Natsuki, Kurumi, Yeguya, and Shisian gathered together and stared at the torrent of light shooting towards the sky. They were trying to find the figure that was swallowed by the light. Natsuki and Kurumi knew that Wu Yan had an undying body. Even if his entire body was destroyed, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to a perfect state. Therefore, even though they were nervous, they weren't too worried. However, Yeguya and Shisian didn't have it that easy. Their silver eyes couldn't help but ripple. They clenched their fists tightly. They were worried. This caused their hearts to clench. The Bawa sisters have only known Wu Yan for 2 months. However, they had to admit that Wu Yan's position in their hearts was no less than their most important sister. This person who saved them was both their master and their brother. In reality, he was their other half. If he really died in front of them, the sisters would probably fall into despair and cause the spirit crystal to reverse. Under the gazes of the girls, the torrent of light gradually calmed down and slowly dimmed. The pillar that was originally as big as the sky also slowly shrunk until it completely disappeared. The girls stared at the spot where Wu Yan used to be. They didn't even look away for a second. Finally, in their field of vision, an extremely familiar figure wrapped in white flames appeared in the gradually disappearing torrent of light, unscathed. Phew. Natsuki and Kurumi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yeguya and Shisian were even more delighted. Even Kotori, who was inside Fraxinus, was secretly relieved. Let alone the girls, even Wu Yan himself couldn't help but calm down. He still felt some lingering fear. If he didn't use the white dragon scorching flame to engulf his body in time, he would have burned away the light beam that came into contact with him. That light beam's power would have killed Wu Yan even if he didn't die once. He would have at least lost a layer of skin. To put it bluntly, that torrent of light was at least 100 times stronger than the mana condensing beam cannon that Albald fired at Wu Yan last time. Wu Yan wouldn't be worried about his life being in danger if that attack hit him, but he'd be in a lot of pain. Even Raphael can't hurt him. On the other side, in the basement of Dem's first office building, Irene looked at Wu Yan's unscathed appearance on the screen and her expression changed. What's that white flame? I've never seen him use it before. Irene bit her lip. Could it be that he's never shown his full strength in front of me since the moment I met him? How is that possible? Irene's eyes were unfocused, filled with unwillingness. That's enough, Irene. An indifferent voice sounded from Irene's radio channel. Let's stop here, Ike. Irene was stunned. She took a deep breath and calmed down the violent trembling in her heart. She glanced at Wu Yan on the screen as if she wanted to remember him forever. She then replied in a normal tone. Got it. That's good. Will Scott smiled with satisfaction. Come pick me up first. We probably won't be able to stay in Tiangong City for the time being. Come back to the headquarters with me, understood? Irene nodded and stood up. She hesitated for a moment and asked. Irene, what's wrong? Will we come back? Isn't that a given? Will Scott was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His voice was filled with joy and excitement. There are a lot of interesting things here, that's true. Irene glanced at the screen and muttered as if she was talking to herself. I will also become stronger. In the dark night sky, the light of dawn illuminated the DM branch that was full of ruins and had turned into a piece of scorched earth. As if to announce the end of the war, it clearly exposed everything that had happened in the night not long ago under the sun without hiding anything. In the air, all the Kurisans turned into black shadows and shot into her shadow. The raging wind slowly dissipated along with the sea of fire. Natsuki, Kurisan, Yagushir, and Shisian gathered around Wu Yan. Are you okay? I repeat, Master, are you okay? Yagushir and Shisian looked at Wu Yan to make sure he's not missing any parts. Wu Yan chuckled. I'm fine, don't worry. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at the large pieces of trash that fell to the ground like broken surveillance cameras. He then looked at the entire branch office that was reduced to rubble and he exhaled. Now that the branch is destroyed, the DEM should restrain themselves and let us live peacefully for a while. That should be the end of this. Yi Ju-shir and Shisian nodded and couldn't help but smile. Natsuki opened her parasol with a look of disapproval. It's very difficult to live a peaceful life with you by my side. Wu Yan awkwardly smiled and sighed. He didn't have anything else to say. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi, who was quietly looking at the ruins below. He paused for a bit before continuing. You didn't find it, right? Yes. Kurisan nodded and smiled. It's like hubby said, there's no second elf here. Then what do you plan to do? Wu Yan scratched his face. Continue to search? For the time being, I don't think so. Kurumi turned around and she met Wu Yan's gaze. She seemed to have gotten over something and she smiled in a carefree manner. After all, I still don't know what I'm thinking. Is this okay? Of course. Kurison tilted her head and showed a beautiful smile. Maybe I'll continue to search when I come back. But for now, I want to live peacefully, is that so? Wu Yan stared at Kurumi for a long time before he laughed. That's not bad. Chapter 1205. Now, all the branches of the DM industry in Tiangong City have been turned into scorched earth. Both the research facilities and the office facilities have been turned into ruins. Witnesses nearby at that time claimed to have seen a fire in the DM industry branch, which is very likely to be an important reason for the destruction of the place. As for whether the fire was man-made or a natural disaster, we don't know yet. The relevant departments have instructed us to investigate the matter further. It is worth mentioning that in this disaster, there were no casualties in the branch of the DM industry in Tiangong City. As soon as the disaster appeared, all the staff in the industry were evacuated. I have to say that this is a miracle. Wu Yan was sitting on the sofa in the living room of Wu Yan's house. He munched on bread while watching the live broadcast of the destruction of the DM branch on TV. After a while, he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. In the end, what's the point of this report? It's not clear at all. Then what do you want them to report? A live broadcast of the battle between the elves and the magicians? Kotori put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Let alone Ratatosk, even the DM wouldn't expose something like this to the public. That's why I said it's meaningless. Wu Yan waved his hand listlessly. Even though the elves and magicians can't be exposed to the public, let's see if Wesson wants to see it on TV. But it's good to let Will Scott go on TV and see what he says. I can't help but want to see if he'll continue to put on that annoying smile when he's interviewed by the reporters. You really have a bad taste. Kotori sighed helplessly. Wu Yan chuckled maliciously. If it was anyone else, their face would be as dark as charcoal even if they didn't go berserk on the spot. However, if it was Wesson, he might actually laugh and say something like, "There's nothing we can do about it." Then, he'll be slandered by malicious speculations. For example, his own territory was destroyed. There must be something going on behind the scenes. Maybe Westcott set fire to DEM's branch office himself, or something like that, in this world. There are always people who are bored. They're always looking for something to do. Wu Yan didn't mind seeing if Wesson could still laugh in the face of public opinion. No wonder Kotori said he had a bad taste. However, after hearing what Wu Yan said, Kotori understood. Kotori understood what he meant. Will Scott should have been interviewed since such a big thing happened in the DEM branch. But he's not on TV now. Looks like, he probably left already. Wu Yan crossed his arms and shrugged. He actually ran away without saying anything. As a villain, isn't he a little too unqualified? At the very least, he should have said, "I'll definitely be back," right? Wu Yan didn't know that the joke he made just now was pretty much on the mark. Whatever the case may be, before the branch company is rebuilt, they probably won't bother us anymore. Wu Yan stretched his back and he looked refreshed. Even if the buildings can be repaired quickly with the display device, it's not that easy to rebuild the operation of the research facilities. We don't have to worry about a magician or two popping out of nowhere and threatening to arrest us when we're out on the streets. Kotori, Yoshihara, and Yuzan were speechless when they heard what Wu Yan said. Toka and Yoshino, on the other hand, were very happy. Oh, that's great. Toka tilted her head as she chewed on a meat bun. The robot army is very annoying. It's best if we don't see them again. Yoshino nodded, he agreed with Toka's words. Before she met Wu Yan and before her spirit chi was sealed, Yoshino was attacked by the magicians many times. She didn't even fight back, she was the one who took the beatings. Although Si-Wen was kind-hearted, even if she did not hate the existence that had been trying to kill her, she would definitely have a good impression of it. Of course, it was the AST that attacked Yoshino, not the DEM, but it wasn't that far off. No matter how one looked at it, DEM was a lot worse than AST, and also a lot more dangerous. Even if Yoshino was already a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th rank and didn't need to fear any magician, even if Irene came, Yoshino would still be afraid of magicians. Kurumi couldn't help but rub Yoshino's head. Yoshino was startled and surprised. Aside from Yoshihara and Yuzan who joined after Kurumi left, Wu Yen, Kotori, and Toka who were familiar with Kurumi looked at each other with surprise. Kurumi. Wu Yen moved closer to Kurumi and looked around. He was hesitant. Are you really Kurumi? Why do you ask? Kurumi touched her cheeks with a strange expression. Could it be that there's something wrong? Is there something wrong? I guess so. Wu Yen scratched his head. I keep feeling that you're not only more humane than before, but you're also much gentler. Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino immediately nodded, indicating that they also thought so. Kurumi blinked and gracefully pursed her lips into a smile. Oh, is that so? Kurumi blushed and she acted like a pretty girl from a wealthy family. She shyly looked at Wu Yen with fluttering eyes. Then, hubby-sama, do you like me like this? Wu Yen almost lost his cool and started drooling when he saw Kurumi's blushing cheeks and mesmerizing eyes. He coughed and turned his head away in a huff. I'll like you no matter what you look like. Kurumi's eyes turned into crescent moons. Wu Yan's words made her happy. Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin looked at him with envy. Kotori even snorted. She didn't mince her words. You only know how to talk sweet nothings and deceive innocent girls all day long. Wu Yen was speechless. At this time, Meijio, who had been sitting quietly at the dining table and eating breakfast without saying a word, raised her head. Her intoxicating voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Thank you. Everyone was slightly startled. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. Whether it was Meijio or all the elves present, they all knew. Wu Yen proposed to destroy the DEM branch because he was afraid the elves in the modern realm would be killed by the DEM. He was also worried that Yoshino and Yuzan would be hurt if they were alone. But the main reason was for Meijio. Ratatosk's display device was more advanced than the DEM's, so it had always been able to detect the location and existence of the elves in the real world before the AST and DEM. With Ratatosk around, the elves were usually found a little faster than the AST and DEM. Yagiya and Yushin also stayed by Wu Yan's side, they didn't leave his side much. Thus, Wu Yan didn't really care about the DEM's threats. But Wu Yan still decided to destroy the DEM branch in Tiangong City. He was afraid that Meijio, who was alone, would be targeted by the DEM again. This was something that everyone present understood. Meijio knew it herself. She knew that the man in front of her had always been protecting her. Meijio's heart had long melted. Meijio stared at Wu Yan with her bright silver eyes. She looked at Wu Yan quietly until Wu Yan felt awkward. Then, she giggled and smiled. Today is the opening day of the Tianyang ceremony. Meijio looked at Wu Yan as if she had made a decision. She spoke softly with hope on her face. Can you listen to my wish? Chapter 1206. Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square, as the most famous, largest, and best square in Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square was not often used as a venue for large-scale events like other squares. However, once an event was held in Heavenly Palace Square, it was definitely an event that could excite all the residents of Heavenly Palace City. And the annual Tianyang Festival, which was jointly held by 10 high schools in Heavenly Palace City, happened to be held here, today, in the entire square of the Heavenly Palace. Except for the passageways used for passage, every place had been occupied by the booths set up in advance and the stages set up for the activities held by the various schools. It was almost impossible to find any empty space. The students and teachers of the 10 high schools had all entered the Heavenly Palace Square in advance. Except for those who had nothing to do, all the staff who were arranged to be in charge of the booths or activities had arrived at their respective workplaces early, waiting for the official opening of the Tianyang ceremony. Not only the students of the 10 high schools, but also the residents of Heavenly Palace City had come here early. They were in a standby state, ready to flood into Heavenly Palace Square at the moment of the opening of the Tianyang festival. Even some tourists who heard the news were waiting expectantly. From this, it could be seen how famous and popular the Tianyang festival in Heavenly Palace City was. Before the opening of the Tianyang festival was announced, in a carefully designed booth belonging to Lai Chan High School. In a large booth that looked like a restaurant, Wu Yan, who was the executive committee member, came here to inspect the opening before the opening, and was almost blinded by the scene inside. Around the restaurant-like stalls, there were various simulation stalls lined up in an orderly manner. There were simulation stalls that specialized in octopus, simulation stalls that sold crepe, and various other game stalls that sold various types of entertainment. These simulation booths all belonged to Lai Chan High School. Although the Tianyang Festival was a large-scale event that was popular in Heavenly Palace City, and even people outside Heavenly Palace City had heard of it, in the end, it was still a cultural festival. Since it was a festival, then, of course, it was necessary to eat and drink, which was necessary. So, these booths were normal booths, and there must be booths in other high school sections. However, the simulation booth where Wu Yan was now was very unique. On this point, just look at the title on the signboard outside the simulation shop, Maid Cafe. That was right. It was the legendary Maid Cafe, one of the indispensable elements of the 2D world. It was such a shining signboard. Wu Yan, who was supposed to check every stall from the beginning, was instantly distracted. Moreover, without even thinking, he directly abandoned the other stalls and headed straight for this place. Then, Wu Yan, who had just walked through the door, was immediately captivated by the scene in front of him. He completely forgot about his duties. Welcome, Master. In the center of the hall, beautiful girls from Lai Chan High School were lined up neatly. They were wearing maid outfits with lace and aprons, and adorable hair ribbons on their heads. They bowed respectfully to Wu Yan as he walked through the door, calling out to him. Listening to the tender voices that filled the entire hall, Wu Yan's heart rippled, and he couldn't move his eyes away. These female students from Zen High School who were in charge of the Maid Cafe were carefully selected from various grades, classes, and classrooms of Zen High School. Each and every one of them had a dazzling appearance. Coupled with their maid outfits, how could any man not be attracted to them? What's more, the 5 girls in front of all the maids were people he knew: Kurumi, Toka, Yagoya, Shishian, and Shirori. A total of 5 girls who are more beautiful than the other girls lined up side by side facing the door. Like the head of the maids, they respectfully bowed to Wu Yan. Their greeting of a master made him feel very sweet inside. Even Wu Yan, who spent every day with the 5 girls, was like this. One could imagine what kind of grand occasion it would be when the Tianyang festival officially opened. Wu Yan has only seen such a grand occasion once. It was in the Magic Catalog world, during the Midsummer Festival of Tokuwadai High School. Now, seeing such a grand occasion again, Wu Yan was extremely moved. He almost knelt down and kowtowed. Too bad, this kind of touching feeling was quickly dispelled by Shirori, who noticed Wu Yan's arrival with a single sentence: Shido. Shirori looked at Wu Yan, who was standing at the door, with a surprised expression. She checked the time. The festival hasn't opened yet, right? Let us practice a bit more before we start, okay? It seems that the greeting was just for practice, it wasn't specifically for Wu Yan. Wu Yan's excitement instantly dropped to the bottom, his shoulders drooped, he weakly waved at Shirori and the others and squeezed out a smile. I'm just here to check on the situation before the festival, oh right. I almost forgot you're a committee member. Shirori patted her head, she looked a bit annoyed. Obviously, she's worried a lot about the Tianyang festival. So, how's the practice? Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. There's not much time left before the festival starts. Is there enough time? It's about time. Shirori looked around at the neat rows of maids behind her. It's a bit rushed, but it's okay now, no. Not yet. Before Shiori could finish her words, Kurumi, who was as beautiful and elegant as a flower, opened her mouth and interrupted Shiori's words. The practice of welcoming guests is over, but the practice of entertaining guests is not over yet. Entertaining guests? Shiori was stunned, she was at a loss. Isn't it similar to being a waitress? You just have to call the guests master when you're greeting them, right? There's always something different. Kurumi closed her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled. Why don't we practice how to entertain guests as well? I don't have any objections. Shiori looked at Kurumi in confusion, but how do we practice? Kurumi looked at Wu Yan with an expression that says, I was waiting for you to say that. She maintained her elegant smile as she looked at Wu Yan. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a smug glint. How about we let our committee member be the guest for a while, and then we'll entertain them? Huh? Wu Yan was stunned, he pointed at his own nose. I'll be the guest? That's not bad. Yakuya stood up, he raised his head proudly. Instead of calling those commoners master, why don't we, the true master of the Daoist sisters, be the first guest? I agree. Xixian softly chuckled. Her silver eyes were filled with joy. Although it's a job, serving the master is the true goal of Yejuya and Xixian, I want to try it too. Toka raised her hand excitedly, she looked like a primary school student, her naive and romantic personality was on full display. Shido used to make food for me, it's my turn to help him this time. That's how it is. Seeing that Toka, Yejusher, and Xixian had all voted in favor, the smile on Kurumi's face became even wider. What do you think, ladies? In the team, the group of maids suddenly looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's not that they didn't want to entertain Wu Yan, it's just that they've been dragged into the whirlpool of jealousy. Toka is Wu Yan's girlfriend, Kurumi is Wu Yan's fiancé, and according to the Daoist sisters, they're Wu Yan's slaves. This complicated relationship has been spread throughout Lichonhai. There's no way they didn't know about it. Kurumi's suggestion is to compete for favor. If Wu Yan knew what these maids are thinking, he would be dead meat for sure. Shiori seemed to have thought of this as well. Her expression became unnatural. She glared at Wu Yan and waved her hand lazily. In that case, Tokazaki-san, you can try to entertain Shido. Yes, this. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. What about me? Chapter 1207. Come, master. Kurumi snickered as she used her cutlery to pick up a piece of cake and delivered it to Wu Yan's mouth. Shidao, no, master. Toka scooped up a piece of bread and delivered it to Wu Yan's mouth. Master, I repeat, master. Yagiya and Yushin used their utensils to scoop up some spaghetti. They looked at Wu Yan with the same resolute expression. Then, they brought the spaghetti to Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan was sweating profusely as he looked at the cake, bread, and spaghetti in front of his mouth. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed dryly. I'll eat all of them. Don't worry, okay? All of them? Yakuya frowned and nodded unwillingly. That's not impossible. Question. Xixian continued to stare at Wu Yan. Then, master, who will you eat first? The 4 elf girls who delivered the food to Wu Yan's mouth started acting like a storm is brewing. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Is it important who I eat first? It's important. The 4 elven girls said. Everyone, including Kwang-san and 10 fragrances, spoke in unison. Very important. Wu Yan forced a smile as if he accepted his fate. He picked up a small bowl and mixed Kurumi's cake, Toka's bread, and the Baku sisters' spaghetti together. He gulped it down with a bitter expression. Eating dessert, coarse pastries, and a meal at the same time, even if it wasn't poisonous, it still didn't feel good. On the side, the maids from Raisin High looked at Wu Yan's sour face. They couldn't help but laugh. Wu He sure is popular. This is Shiraba, right? How about this? Wu He won't be a playboy anymore, right? The maids in charge of the cafe came from different classes. They were different from the classmates who saw Wu Yan being intimate with the elven girls every day. Because they weren't familiar with him, their comments weren't that bad. Only Shiori. Looking at this scene, he first glanced at Kurumi, Yakuya, and Shixien. Then, he glanced at 10 fragrances, who only knew how to pass him bread made of soybean flour, and sighed. The enemy is strong, 10 fragrance. You need to work harder. Perhaps she heard Shiori's muttering. 10 fragrance angrily cut off a bigger piece of bread and put it in Wu Yan's mouth. Kurumi, Yakuya, and Shixien raised their utensils again as if they had made an agreement. Wu Yan's face turned green. He couldn't be mixing cake, bread, and pasta until the Tianyang festival started, right? Era, what's wrong? Seeing Wu Yan's ashen face, Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents. She was clearly enjoying herself. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth. Speaking of which, the one who suggested this was Kurumi. Could it be that Kurumi made such a suggestion just to mess with him? What kind of black-bellied person was this? Wu Yan picked up the small bowl with tears in his eyes. He wanted to continue his journey of mixing dishes. However, a sweet voice accompanied by another utensil was placed in front of Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan subconsciously opened his mouth and sucked the food that came out of nowhere into his mouth. Only when the food entered his stomach did he react. He looked at the source of the sound and he saw a beautiful face with bright silver eyes and long violet hair. Wu Yan, Kurumi, Toka, Yagoya, and Yushin flinched. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. Meijio. Hello everyone. Meijio greeted them with a smile. She didn't seem to realize her sudden appearance surprised them. She had a sweet smile on her face. Who is she? What a beautiful person. When did she come in? She's wearing the Dragon Gut Temple Girls Academy uniform. She must be the eldest daughter of the Dragon Gut Temple Girls Academy. She seems to be very close to Wu He. She also did that, for Wu He. Could it be Wu He's? The maids and girls were shocked and began to talk among themselves. They glanced at Meijio and then at Wu Yan. Their gazes gradually changed. Meijio's sudden appearance and intimate feeding made them think that Wu Yan was a playboy again. Wu Yan was filled with grievances when he heard the girls' disdainful gazes. He had nowhere to vent his grievances. He could only smile bitterly. At this moment, above the heavenly palace square, a loud voice that was amplified by a loudspeaker resounded throughout the entire heavenly palace square and into the ears of everyone in the heavenly palace square. The 25th Heavenly Palace High School Joint Cultural Festival, Tianyang Festival. Officially open. Almost at the same time, in the Heavenly Palace Square, everyone raised their hands and cheered loudly, causing the entire Heavenly Palace Square to be filled with deafening cheers that soared into the sky, accompanied by fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the Heavenly Palace Square. It's open. Shirji reacted and quickly shouted. Everyone, hurry up and get ready to welcome the guests. Yes. Era. Kurumi put down her utensils regretfully. She looked at Wu Yan and Meijio as if she saw through something. She pursed her lips and stood up. Well then, I'll go to work first. Have a good time, hubby. I have to start my journey to hell and call the mortal's master. I don't want to, but I have no choice. Goodbye, see you later. Goodbye, Shido. Yi Ju Shi, Shixien, and 10 Incense also looked reluctant, but they still stood up and walked with Kuang San to the main group. Wu Yan curled his lips and looked at Meijio. Meijio felt Wu Yan's gaze and immediately turned to Wu Yan. She smiled sweetly, which made Wu Yan feel strange. Meijio, doesn't she hate men? Wu Yan and Meijio walked side by side in a crowded street filled with stalls. It looked like they were on a date, but the atmosphere between them was a bit strange. While walking on the street, Wu Yan kept looking at the stalls around him, but it's obvious that he's not paying attention. From time to time, Wu Yan glanced at Meijio, but Meizhou seemed to be able to feel Wu Yan's gaze and smiled sweetly at him. Looking at Meizhou like this, Wu Yan didn't know how many question marks were piled up in his mind. This wasn't the first time he had his suspicions. Is this person really Meizhou? If that's the case, isn't his attitude towards me a little strange? Usually, when Meizhou noticed that he was peeking at her, she would say something like, "Can you stop looking at me with that disgusting gaze?" What exactly went wrong? Could it be that his brain had been damaged by AI Lien? What he didn't notice is that it's not like Meizhou could feel his gaze every single time. It's just that Meizhou has been looking at him the whole time. She didn't stop for even a second. She only opened her mouth after a long while. "Will you come later?" Wu Yan paused for a bit before he recalled something. He shrugged with a smile. "Don't worry, I will." Wu Yan turned around and looked at Meizhou. "But haven't you been hiding your true identity? You'll be exposed if you perform on stage." "It's okay." Meizhou shook her head and chuckled. "Originally, I hid my identity just to prevent others from discovering that tempting knight Meizhou is Xiao Dai Tsukino. Now, half a year has passed. Every time I sing, I will use my spiritual power to make the people who listen to the song gradually forget the existence of Xiao Dai Tsukino. Even if my identity is exposed, no one will discover that I am Xiao Dai Tsukino again. I see." Wu Yan sighed. "Well, since it's your own decision, I won't oppose it." Meizhou giggled as she stared at Wu Yan. Her eyes are filled with emotions. Chapter 1208. Heavenly Palace Square. It's been 3 hours since the official opening of the Tianyang Festival. The official opening of the Tianyang Festival was at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, 3 hours have passed and it's noon in the Heavenly Palace Square. Generally speaking, it should be lunchtime at this time. However, it was absolutely impossible for those who participated in the Tianyang ceremony to not buy something to eat from the surrounding stalls. Even if they didn't, they could have their lunch directly at the stalls. Therefore, the Tianyang Square was still very lively. Besides, for most people, it's not time for lunch. That was because they had more important things to attend to. In the center of the Heavenly Palace Square, there's a large venue. It's the only venue in the Heavenly Palace Square that has its own stage and spotlight. At this moment, many people in the Heavenly Palace Square are walking towards the central venue as if they've made an appointment. Their faces are filled with extreme fanaticism. That kind of fanaticism is much more intense than when the Tianyang Festival officially opened. Because in the central venue, the real highlight of the Tianyang Festival is about to start. The Tianyang Festival will be held for 3 days. During these 3 days, there will be a large-scale performance in the central venue. It's the most attractive part of the Tianyang Festival every year. On the first day of the Tianyang Festival, the performance in the central venue is mainly about music. Of course, this isn't the main reason why the people in the Heavenly Palace Square are so fanatical. In the past, the Tianyang Festival always had a musical performance. People who know this clearly will look forward to it, but they won't go crazy. The real reason why the people here are so fanatical is because of a piece of news. The mysterious and popular idol who has never revealed her true appearance and background, Temptress Meizhou, will be in the central venue today as a student. She'll be participating in the performance on the stage. She'll be walking to the front stage. This is the real reason why the people attending the Tianyang Festival are more fanatical than in the past years. Along the passageways leading to the central venue, there's a lot of people rushing towards the central venue. Among them, many people's clothes are embroidered with the words, Temptress Meizhou, and pictures related to her. These people. They are Meizhou's hardcore fans who gathered here because they like her songs. Among these fans, some of them are members of Meizhou's fan club. They've attended Meizhou's concerts more than once and seen her true appearance. Most of them haven't even seen Meizhou before, but they're addicted to her songs. Today, after hearing that Meizhou was going to perform on stage, these fans all rushed over. Not only did they want to listen to Meizhou's song live, they also wanted to see Meizhou's true appearance. It wasn't just the fans. Even the relevant personnel from various TV stations had come all the way here with their video cameras. They were prepared to record Meijio's performance on the stage. Most of them were directly broadcasting it live. This was natural. No one in the TV station would miss the opportunity to report on a super popular idol who had never revealed his true appearance. This was also an extremely hot topic, and the ratings would definitely not be low. Meijio's people's fans. SSSSSSS fans. By the time all of the audience had entered the central arena, more than an hour had passed. At 1:00 in the afternoon, this performance officially began. In the audience, countless light sticks were swinging rhythmically. The audience cheered one after another, causing the people performing on the stage to be nervous and excited at the same time. Because Meijio would be performing on stage, the number of people who came to watch the performance this time was much more than any other Tianyang festival in the past. Meijio's fame had won them a lot of applause. They even had the chance to appear on TV. It was a chance for them to become famous. As a committee member of the Tenyang ritual, Wu Yan was able to enter the special passage above the audience and enjoy the treatment of a VIP seat. It's a bit far from the stage, but it's a good position to have a good view of the entire stage. It's a pretty good position to sit in. Many people who had finished their performances and those who were about to perform also appeared here to watch the stage. It seemed that they also wanted to see the legendary mysterious idol perform on the stage. Wu Yan looked around at the audience and the performers. Then, he leaned on the railing and looked at the stage. Meijio stood quietly in the backstage passage. She was wearing a dress the same color as her hair. There was no accompaniment or dance partner beside her. Her bright silver eyes were full of anxiety. Meijio planned to perform on the stage alone. Because she wanted to do something. It was something she had always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Next up. Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Seduce Meijio. Oh. 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 The audience cheered louder than before. Meijio's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Meijio didn't feel nervous on the stage. She didn't even feel this way when she was still the Xiao Dai Yunos. Now, she was really nervous. However, Meijio was still a popular singer on the stage. She took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart and the uneasiness in her eyes. She showed a beautiful smile and walked onto the stage. Meijio. The fans who had attended Meijio's concerts shouted when they saw her on the stage. The rest of the fans knew who she was. On the stage, that beautiful girl who was like a goddess was their idol for a long time. Immediately, deafening cheers filled the entire arena. The spotlight focused on Meijio. The camera flashes kept flashing. All the cameras were aimed at Meijio. She was the most dazzling star in the audience. Standing at the center of the stage, Meijio scanned the audience. Then, she looked at Wu Yan who was standing at the entrance. Noticing Meijio's gaze, Wu Yan grinned and made a victory sign. Meijio's suppressed nervousness and anxiety dissipated, leaving behind only tenderness and tenderness. Meijio recalled every time she met Wu Yan. Every time they talked, every time he looked forward to her, and every time he protected her. She clenched the microphone in her hand. Her eyes were full of ripples. He said he wanted to hear me sing with my own voice. I wanted to respond to his expectations. He said he would wait until he heard my real voice. I wanted to respond to his waiting. I didn't want to lie to myself. I wanted to sing with my real voice. Even if the whole world abandoned me. He will definitely protect me just like he did then. Because he was a different kind of man, Meijio pressed a hand on her chest. She closed her eyes and smiled. Her red lips moved. Turn the shower head. Turn it into a microphone. Sing in the bathroom. La la la. La la la, sing. Beautiful music and light singing reverberated throughout the arena. Hearing this voice, the audience was stunned, even Wu Yan was stunned. This voice was different from Meijio's usual voice. Although it was still beautiful, it lacked the numbing feeling. But it was undeniable that it was beautiful. The audience shook the light sticks in their hands again. The enthusiasm on their faces didn't lessen. Wu Yan looked at Meizhou in a daze. Then, he smiled and closed his eyes. He listened carefully to Meizhou's song. The echoing timbre is somewhat special, intoxicating and joyful. I still remember how I felt at that time. Let me sing a song for you. And let's sing together. Counting the stars in the night sky. That's the best gift. After the last note of the song, Meizhou slowly opened her eyes. Then, Meizhou. The cheers and support from the audience instantly surrounded Meizhou. Meizhou was stunned as she looked at the fans who were as passionate as they were at her previous concerts. She lifted her head in disbelief and looked at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan applauding with a gentle smile on his face, Meizhou started crying. A genuine and pure smile slowly appeared on his face amidst the cheers of the entire crowd. Chapter 1209. Miss Meizhou, why did you want to hide your true identity? Isn't being famous something every idol wants to see? Why do you want to go to the stage now? Is there any inside story? Please tell us. Miss Meizhou. Miss Meizhou. At the backstage of the Heavenly Palace Square's Central Hall, Meizhou had just finished her performance. When she walked backstage, a group of reporters from all over the place immediately swarmed over like bees that had smelled the fragrance of flowers. They instantly surrounded Meizhou without any explanation. Sorry. Please make way. Please make way. Miss Meizhou needs to rest. Please make way. Backstage, some staff members who seemed to be waiting for the reporters to appear immediately stopped all the reporters who were about to surround Meizhou. Apparently, they had been specially instructed to separate the crowd and squeeze out a path for Meizhou to pass through. Miss Meizhou. Please answer our questions. Miss Meizhou. Please. Miss Meizhou. Miss Meizhou. Amidst the shouts of the surrounding reporters, Meizhou maintained an extremely sweet smile on her face. Although she didn't answer the reporters' questions, she didn't feel annoyed by the annoying reporters at all. Obviously, Meizhou was in a good mood at this moment. No, Meizhou didn't know she could be in such a good mood. Therefore, Meizhou smiled at the camera in front of her and said mischievously. Well. We have plenty of time to spend together. Please don't be in such a hurry, okay? After saying that, Meizhou's bright silver eyes rippled slightly, and she narrowed her eyes with a smile. Now, I have more important things to do. I need to do it. More important things? The reporters and the staff were all stunned. While they were still in a daze, Meizhou walked through the backstage and into the private lounge. The noise behind Meizhou gradually faded away until there was no sound at all. Meizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Meizhou raised one of his hands and looked at it. The scene of his arm trembling was clearly imprinted in Meizhou's eyes, causing Meizhou to laugh bitterly. Meizhou was a mysterious idol. Before today, people didn't even know what Meizhou looked like. They didn't even know Meizhou's personality. Probably no one would have guessed that the super popular idol in their hearts was actually a lesbian lover who hated men and loved women. Although most of the reporters were women, there were many men as well. She was surrounded by so many men all of a sudden. They kept talking to her and squeezing towards her. If it wasn't for the fact that Meizhou's knot in her heart had truly been untied through that song, it wouldn't have been strange if she had directly used the power of the fairy. However, Meizhou was surprised that she could actually tolerate a group of men surrounding her, but she also felt a little happy. After all, this proved that she was gradually walking out of the shadow in her heart. However, Meizhou still didn't want to get close to men. I thought you'd be in a good mood. Why do you look so complicated? Just as Meizhou was immersed in her inner world, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated in front of her, waking her up. Meizhou's eyes lit up, and her expression was instantly filled with a carefree smile. Meizhou raised her head and looked in front of her. In the next moment, the person who appeared in front of her was the person in her memories. Looking at Meizhou, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw the sincere smile on her face. He recalled what Kotori told him earlier. Go see Meizhou immediately. Seal her spiritual energy. Wu Yan's brain short-circuited when he heard Kotori's words through his earpiece. He almost couldn't wrap his head around it. Perhaps Kotori saw Wu Yan's reaction on the screen in the command room. She didn't waste time and explained. Just now, Meizhou's favorability towards you has reached the max. Huh? Wu Yan had a hard time turning his head around when he heard Kotori's words. Wu Yan's mind went blank again. Full? How is that possible? How would I know? Kotori answered without any sense of responsibility. Ever since you asked Natsuki to rescue Meizhou, Meizhou's favorability towards you has been slowly increasing. Just now, it suddenly rose to the maximum. This. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know what to say to that. Why is that? If you can read a girl's mind that easily, she wouldn't be a girl. Kotori pursed her lips. Anyway, Meizhou's favorability towards you is full. Now is the best time to propose sealing her power. It's up to you. Begin, the battle between us. Recovering from his memories, Wu Yan looked at Meizhou. He hesitated for a bit before opening his mouth to say something. But, Meizhou moved. Meizhou had a peaceful smile on her face. She rushed to Wu Yan and hugged him before Wu Yan could react. Her soft touch and her voluptuous breasts pressed down on his body, causing him to be stupefied. He reflexively hugged the body that pounced on him and his mouth turned into an O shape. Not just Wu Yan, even Kotori and the others who were watching the live stream in Fraxinus were flabbergasted. What's going on? Is this the benefit of a full favorability? Meizhou rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest and murmured in an intoxicated manner. Is this the smell of a man? It's not that bad. This time, it's Wu Yan's turn to be woken up by Meizhou's words. Looking at Meizhou's intoxicated expression, feeling that soft touch and the full and round body pressing against him, Wu Yan felt like his tongue is about to get tied up. You're really Meizhou. Hearing this, Meizhou could not help but laugh out loud. Is this your first thought? It's quite interesting. And no. Wu Yan didn't know what he's talking about. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He pushed Meizhou away with a weird look on his face. It's just that suddenly hugging me isn't something you would do, right? This is something that only you would do. Meizhou stuck out her tongue as if her prank had been discovered. Compared to the Meizhou of the past, her flirtatious behavior at that moment was simply too cute. Due to the sudden change in attitude, Wu Yan couldn't get used to it. His face was full of confusion. Since he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, Wu Yan could only toss aside his doubts and helplessly shake his head. He met Meizhou's eyes and a gentle smile appeared on his face. No matter what, let me congratulate you first. Congratulations on walking out of the shadow of the past. The song just now was very nice, very nice. I like it very much. Hearing this, Meizhou could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, wetting those beautiful eyes. But Meizhou still kept smiling. Do you like it? My song. Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan smiled. I like it. Then, will you listen to me sing again? If you want, I'll listen. Then, will you still protect me when I need you like you did back then? Wu Yan paused. He finally understood why Meizhou's attitude changed so quickly. It was only because he had protected her when she needed it. Just like how a setback could make Meizhou hate men to the extreme, when Meizhou needed help, it could also make Meizhou fall in love with a person in an instant. She's like a child. Amused, he patted Meizhou's head with pity. Under Meizhou's hopeful and nervous gaze, Wu Yan nodded. If you need it, I'm willing to protect you, Meizhou panted. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wu Yan on the lips without hesitation. In the dim passageway, the figures of a man and a woman overlapped and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Chapter 12:10. Above Heavenly Palace City, Fraxinus. Status: normal. Psychic reaction: completely disappeared. Final result: same as a normal human. Possibility of being an elf is 0. Coterie nodded in satisfaction as she listened to the reports of the Ratatosk members. Finally, a smile appeared on her face. Target sprite, Diva. Seal successful. Yay! In the command room, all the members of Ratatosk were cheering and high-fiving each other, their faces filled with joy. They were celebrating the end of their work. Ever since they discovered the identity of Meijio, the problem of how to seal this troublesome elf had been pressing on everyone's mind. The people of Ratatosk had always been troubled and depressed. It could be said that they had spent a lot of effort on this problem. Now, the diva has been successfully sealed. Even the berserker, who was the #1 target of many elf organizations, has been successfully turned into a normal human. As the Ratatosk members who resolved the elven disaster peacefully, there's nothing more joyous than this. Let alone the members of Ratatosk, even Kotori, Shina, Night Moon, Shinzuki, Ling Yin, and the others couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, their smiles froze when they heard the conversation between a man and a woman. Hey, honey. Do you have any plans today? Plans? Yeah, if you don't have any, how about going shopping with me? Well, it's not that I can't, but aren't you a popular idol? Aren't you afraid of being in the headlines tomorrow? I'm not the same as I used to be. Even the worst scandal can't defeat me. As long as my honey is by my side, bring it on. I'm glad you said that, but I feel like if a scandal like that happens, I'll be the one who gets hurt the most. By the way, what's with the honey? Well. I also want to have a different way of addressing myself. Isn't that good? It's not bad. Hee. Everyone's expression fell. They looked at the center of the command room gloomily. There, Meijio had a bright smile on her face. She squeezed her body against Wu Yan's and hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had an unnatural expression. He smiled bitterly and sighed. Ever since Meijio kissed him passionately and obediently put on the sealing bracelet and sealed her spiritual energy, this scene has been going on for a long time. It had been maintained until now, without stopping for even a moment. Looking at Meijio, who had a hot body but behaved like a child, no one in Ratatosk could relate her to the Meijio of the past. Hence, their faces were gloomy. Wu Yan was in a similar situation. Although he did kiss Meijio once after her performance, Meijio's change in attitude is a bit too drastic. Wu Yan still can't get used to it. He can only smile bitterly and perfunctorily under Meijio's passionate attacks. Come to think of it, there was nothing he could do about it. Kotori pursed her lips. She looked at Meijio as if she was trying to stop something. Perfect. Meijio, since you're here as well, there are some things I want to ask you. Meijio, who was squeezing her hot body against Wu Yan, was startled. She turned around in confusion. Ask? Ask what? That's a lot. Kotori knocked on the armrest of the command table and looked straight at Meijio. There are questions about your abilities, about your angelic abilities and what you did in the past 6 months after you became an elf. There are many questions. However, let's put these questions aside for now. Kotori's tone suddenly changed and became serious. Now, what I want to ask is what happened when you became an elf. Wu Yan could feel Meijio tightening her grip on his arm. She furrowed her eyebrows and a pained expression could be seen on her face. Even her breathing became a bit faster. Seeing Meijio like this, Kotori immediately shut her mouth. The command room also quieted down. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone present knew a little about Meijio's situation. Therefore, they also knew that when Meijio became a fairy, it was also when Meijio was disappointed in humanity and despaired of the world. Bringing up the past is tantamount to tearing open the wound in Meijio's heart. This isn't a small matter. Wu Yan frowned when he saw Meijio's pained expression. He held Meijio's hand. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Don't force yourself. Meijio felt warmth in her heart and her expression softened. She looked at Wu Yan with a gentle gaze and she shook her head. I sealed my spirit energy and became a normal person again. My voice recovered and I was reborn. I don't want to be defeated by my past. Besides. Meijio tightened her grip on Wu Yan's arm. She smiled. You will protect me, right? Wu Yan grinned but he didn't answer. However, Meijio could see a hint of determination in his wine-red eyes. How could she not know the answer? She hugged Wu Yan's arm affectionately. She looked at Kotori as if she was depending on him. That was half a year ago. Meijio fell into her memories and slowly spoke. At that time, everyone betrayed me. I lost my voice due to psychogenic aphasia. I also lost the motivation to continue living. I, who had lost everything, at that time, I only wanted to end my life as soon as possible, to end my life of having nothing. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. Meijio lowered her voice and suddenly raised her head. But at that time, God appeared in front of me. God? Kotori's eyes sharpened. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Yes. God. Meijio nodded. He appeared in front of me in despair and said, Do you want the power to change the world? Wu Yan, Kotori, Shina and the others looked at each other. They stared at Meijio and waited for her to continue. Then, he gave me a purple gem. Under everyone's gaze, Meijio recalled and answered absent-mindedly. That gem directly melted into my body and disappeared. In that instant, I became an elf and obtained a voice that could make everyone listen to my orders. Meijio recovered from her memories and looked at Kotori. That's the gist of it. Is that all? Kotori frowned. Is there any further explanation? For example, the appearance of that god? Appearance? Meijio said awkwardly. I'm not sure. Not sure. Meijio lowered her head apologetically. Although God appeared in front of me, he seemed to be covered in mosaics. I couldn't see what he looked like. Even his voice was strange. It felt unbelievable. Kotori pondered for a while and asked. Pixelate my entire body. Then, did you notice anything strange after you became an elf? For example, when you use your power, you lose your sense of self and only have the desire to destroy. No, I didn't. Meijio said confidently. After the first elf transformation, the method of using the elf's power was engraved in my mind. I can freely control the power in my body. This has never happened before. In other words, I'm the only one who can't control my power. Kotori sighed and turned her head away in annoyance. What an unfair treatment. You should feel lucky. Wu Yan grumbled. If every human who obtained the power of the elves ran the risk of their spiritual power going berserk, who knows how many people would die? That's true. Kotori laughed bitterly. Chapter 12:11. But why didn't Meijio experience the same symptoms as I did? After freeing herself from her personal emotions, Kotori tried to think rationally. We're both humans who obtained the power of fairies. Even though we have the power, we're still humans. Is it because of the different types of spiritual energy that causes the difference in power and nature? Or is it because of our physique? Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know the answer. Wu Yan shrugged as he replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it's because Phantom didn't completely master how to turn humans into elves 5 years ago and used you as an experiment subject. Now that she's mastered the trick to perfect elven transformation, maybe that's why Meijio can perfectly control her power. Before Wu Yan could finish, Kotori glared at him coldly, forcing him to smile bitterly. Of course, this is just a conjecture. I am more inclined to believe that this change is due to the nature of the spiritual power. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. After all, the power of fire has always been one of the most destructive and unstable powers. You were only a small child when you turned into an elf, so you couldn't control your power well. The potential factor that caused your spiritual energy to go berserk accumulated in your body, resulting in the side effect of your spiritual energy going berserk the moment you turned into an elf. Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand lazily. Or is it possible that Phantom purposely allowed your sprite to have the side effect of going berserk? Kotori fell silent when she heard Wu Yan's words. Just like what Wu Yan said, Phantom, it's unknown whether it's a human or a fairy, or some other kind of creature. Why would it want to turn humans into fairies? Why would it be willing to use its precious spirit crystals on human girls? These reasons are still a mystery to Wu Yan. Also, why did Phantom choose to bestow the spirit crystal to Kirin? Why did it turn Kotori and Meijio into fairies? Was it randomly chosen or did it have a special purpose? No one knew. Including whether the Phantom was a friend or foe. It was the same. Maybe Phantom purposely let Kotori go berserk when she turned into a fairy. From then on, he would become a monster that only knew how to destroy. Who knows, maybe he would destroy all of humanity. Or perhaps Phantom would choose to turn Meijio into an elf. It wanted Meijio, who saw humans as trash and toys, to take revenge on humans and influence the world. That's possible, right? There was too little information about Phantom. So far, they only knew that it had a spirit crystal that could turn humans into elves, and it was possible that it was still continuing to turn humans into elves. As for its purpose, it was still a mystery. Even Kurumi, who spent the most time with Phantom, didn't know much about it. It's obvious that Phantom has always been hiding in the dark. It doesn't want others to know what it's doing or what kind of existence it is. It's too dangerous to hide in the dark. It's no wonder Kotori. He believed that if the people of DM knew that Phantom might have more spirit crystals in his hands, then they would definitely list him as a target. Will Scott, who has always been pursuing the power of the elves, will definitely do so. Hey, you two. While Wu Yan, Kotori, and everyone else in the command room were deep in thought, Meijio hugged Wu Yan's arm and puffed up her cheeks. You guys, don't just ignore me and get lost in your own thoughts, it will make me feel uneasy. Meijio pursed her lips as she stared at Wu Yan. Who is Phantom? What's with the berserk? Can you at least answer my question? Sorry. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. To put it simply, Phantom is the god that turned you into an elf. Kotori used to be a human, just like you. 5 years ago, she received the spiritual crystal from Phantom and became an elf, too. However, Kotori will go berserk after turning into a fairy. That's why we're all worried that you'll go berserk like Kotori when you use your fairy power. Will she go berserk the next time an elf appears? That's more or less the situation, I see. Meijio nodded her head in relief. She smiled happily and she squeezed her body into Wu Yan's embrace. Honey, so you're worried about me. I'm so happy. But don't worry, I've controlled my power well. I've never gone berserk. Now that my spirit energy is sealed, you don't have to worry about me. That. Wu Yan's expression turned sour. I said, we are worried about you, not I. Have you automatically ignored the word we? There's still too little information. Kotori pulled up a recording device and typed something on the keyboard. Her brows furrowed deeply as she looked at the few pieces of information about Phantom on the screen. If I can see the Phantom directly, I should be able to get a lot of information. Zhang Lixing thought to himself. Save it. Wu Yan shook his head like a wet blanket. We don't know if others have contacted Phantom before, but Kurumi, who has contacted Phantom the most, also said that every time she contacted Phantom, it was Phantom that took the initiative to find her. She didn't even know where she was. Besides, ever since Kurumi sealed her spirit energy, Phantom has completely disappeared. Wu Yan sighed. According to Kurumi, Phantom met Kurumi once before she left us. What? Kotori stood up from the podium and glared at Wu Yan. Why didn't you tell me something so important? If it was that important, I wouldn't have kept it a secret. Wu Yan curled his lips. When she contacted the Phantom, Kurumi said that it only brought her 2 pieces of information and then disappeared without a trace. She didn't even know the purpose of giving her the information. Do you think it would be useful to tell her such a thing? Useless? How could it be useless? Kotori slammed the armrest of her chair, her face full of anger. If we can find out where Phantom met Kurumi last time, we can send someone to investigate. Maybe we can find some clues. Come on. Wu Yan disagreed. Counting from the time when you were turned into an elf 5 years ago, the Phantom has been active in the Heavenly Palace City for at least 5 years, right? It's been 5 years and only a blurry surveillance video of you being turned into an elf. Obviously, it's very cautious. Plus, Phantom must have known that Kurumi is on our side, but she still contacted Kurumi. She must have been very, very careful. It's impossible for her to leave any traces behind. Kotori choked and she glared at Wu Yan. Then, she started yelling again. Who said that Phantom didn't leave any traces behind? Isn't it here? Kotori pointed at the stunned Meijio. Phantom erased my memories when I was turned into an elf. It might have manipulated Meijio's memories. Kotori looked at Meijio with a malicious expression. If we can do a thorough check on Meijio, we should be able to find something, right? Cold sweat trickled down Meijio's face. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Kotori in a dark state. He could only pray for Mikoto. Chapter 12:12. Thanks to Wu Yan, Kotori, who was pretty much broken by Wu Yan, conducted a thorough examination of Meijio in the Fraxinus. In the end, they didn't manage to find anything. Meijio's memories were intact, and there was nothing missing. There were no signs of tampering, and there were no clues at all. This made Kotori extremely disappointed, and Kotori was furious. By the time Meijio was released from Fraxinus, the sun was about to set. Meijio was about to collapse. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Meijio leaning on him with a tired and fearful expression on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine. I am fine. Meijio tried to squeeze out a smile, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. She could only sigh. But I'm so tired, I want to fall asleep on the bed. I think so too. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Kotori is really something. All I did was refute her. Did she have to torture you like this? Wu Yan looked at Meijio. He couldn't bear to see her tired expression. You look really tired. Why don't I send you home, really? Meijio's eyes lit up, even her expression brightened. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. She rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest like a puppy. Moi, my dear, you're so considerate. I say, are you really not worried or are you faking it? Wu Yan quickly hugged Meijio as she threw herself at him. He had a bitter look on his face. If someone else sees this and recognizes my identity, then I'll be in big trouble. As a famous and popular idol, Meijio had been hiding her true appearance to carry out her activities as a singer. Therefore, basically, other than her name, not many people know what she looks like. But today, Meijio openly performed on the stage of the Tianyang festival. Her true identity was revealed to the entire nation. Now, the situation was completely reversed. Those who didn't know what Meijio looked like were the real minority. Even though Meijio's auditory drug had disappeared, but her own miraculous voice had completely recovered. Through today's performance, her voice had completely spread throughout the country. In addition, Meijio's earth-shattering beauty was also exposed to the public. At this moment, Meijio's fans were definitely not any less than before. According to Radatasker's intel, even though Meijio's real face had been exposed for less than a day, the number of her fans was increasing like crazy. Some had become Meijio's fans because of her voice, some fell in love with her because of her appearance. In short, even though her spiritual energy was sealed, she still relied on her own abilities to become a singer more famous than Xiao Dai Yuno or even seductress Meijio. If someone caught Meijio throwing herself into his arms, it would definitely be taken in an instant and used as a scandalous photo, making Meijio famous once again. Half a year ago, Meijio lost her voice because of the scandal. She was betrayed and fell into despair. If something like this were to happen again, Wu Yan would have the urge to tear those fans and reporters to shreds. Her bright silver eyes landed on Wu Yan's face. Meijio seemed to be able to see through his thoughts as she revealed a joyful smile. You don't have to care about that kind of thing. Meijio held Wu Yan's hand and pressed it against her face. Even if I am betrayed by everyone again, I won't be disappointed in this world like before. Meijio closed her eyes. At this moment, her expression was very peaceful. At least, I know that if it's you, you will continue to protect me like before when I lose everything. Meijio opened her eyes and stared fixedly at Wu Yan's face. At that time, if no one listens to my singing anymore, I will only sing for you, okay? You. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a strange heaviness in his heart when he heard Meijio's words. This kind of heaviness was not sympathy, nor was it unwillingness. It was responsibility. All this time, Meijio thought that she had nothing but her voice. This was because Meijio was not good at studying, nor was she good at sports. In other aspects, no matter which aspect it was, she was much worse than others. Ever since she was young, Meijio had received a lot of criticism, but only one person had ever received praise. That was, Meijio could sing. Moreover, she sang better than anyone else. Because of this, Meijio naturally felt that she had no other advantages other than singing. Because of this, Meijio yearned to be a singer on TV. In order to sing, Meijio tried her best to memorize difficult music scores and complicated lyrics. In order to sing, Meijio memorized the performances of the idols on TV every day and made her own choreography. In order to sing, Meijio kept learning how the idols performed on stage and in front of the camera. Gradually, she began to imagine how she would perform on stage and in front of the camera and how she would be popular. It could be said that Meijio's entire life was dedicated to her singing. It was also dedicated to her only strength. Therefore, to Meijio, her voice was her everything. It was the value of her existence. Without her voice, Meijio's existence was worthless. This was the most fundamental belief and understanding that Meijio had since she was young. Therefore, Meijio had to sing. She had to sing to show her value. Heaven didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Meijio's hard work finally paid off. While others were still students, she successfully walked onto the stage and debuted as the idol she had been thinking about day and night. This achievement made Meijio ecstatic. At the same time, she realized the importance of her voice again. However, under such circumstances, a nightmare happened. In the end, Meijio was defeated by the ugliness of human nature. Not only was she slandered, but she was also betrayed by her fans. In the end, even her voice was taken away from her. Without her voice, she lost the value of her existence. Meijio realized this in her heart. One could only imagine how desperate she was at that time. Now that Meijio had once again obtained the only thing that made her worth in life, she vented it all on herself and used herself as the only thing that could prove her worth in life. How could Wu Yan not feel responsible? He had to protect this beautiful girl who had the same values as a child. She only pursued the value of her existence. It was also to prove that she wasn't worthless. Wu Yan chuckled as Meijio caressed his cheeks with her hand. I told you, you're not worthless. Looking into Meijio's beautiful eyes, Wu Yan's expression was gentle. You won't lose everything just because you lost your voice. You won't lose your value just because you lost your fans. Even if you lose your voice and fans, you will still be beautiful. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw the ripples in Meijio's eyes. If there really comes a day when you lose everything again, please come and find me. Not only will I protect you, but I will also listen to you sing. When you lose everything, I will also become your shelter, please. Please. Don't forget. When she saw Wu Yan's gentle expression and heard his warm words, Meijio's heart felt like it was being wrapped by something. It was an extremely hot stream of air, it was so hot that even Meijio's heart was completely melted by it. Suppressing her emotions, Meijio bit her lips and her eyes teared up. She reached out her hands and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck. She pouted her lips and she pulled Wu Yan's head down. Then, she kissed him without a word. At this moment, no matter how much he said, it was all in vain. This is the only way Meijio can tell Wu Yan how she feels about him. Just like last time, Meijio kissed Wu Yan. The only difference was that the kiss this time was more intense. Under the setting sun, they hugged each other and vented their emotions. Chapter 12-13. On the way home, Toka and Yijia stretched their bodies, showing off their voluptuous and slender bodies. If it wasn't for the Tianyang ritual, they would have attracted a lot of attention. Actually, when the two of them were stretching, Xian, who was walking beside Yijia, was already attracted to them. To be more precise, she was attracted to Yijia's body. Her watery silver eyes shone with a wolf-like light that was completely uncharacteristic of a woman. I'm so excited to be able to see the curves of Yijia's body at such a close distance. It's such a blessing for me, huh? Yijia, who was stretching his body, stiffened and quickly shook his head. That's not the case. Xishuan's figure is the best. She's so voluptuous and full, sigh. Although I'm happy that Yigea can say that, in terms of cuteness, Yigea is still cuter, that's not it. Xian is the cutest. Master also likes Xian's appearance, refute. Master likes Yijuya very much too. Xian can see that, is that so? Definitely, ahahaha, agreed, hahaha. Kurumi looked at Shiori with a puzzled expression as she watched Yeju Shur and Dushin enter their own world of flattery. Have the two of them always been like this? Hearing this, Shiori's expression suddenly became somewhat embarrassed. An awkward expression appeared on his face. As far as I know, yes, that. Shiori, who was holding her hand, also raised her hand weakly. Sister Yejuya and Sister Xian's relationship is very good, Allah. Kurumi tilted her head and once again looked at the Bawo sisters who were surrounded by a pink atmosphere. She smiled meaningfully. I can tell, that's great, so energetic. 10 Fragrance looked at Yeju Shur and Xian enviously. I'm already exhausted. 10 Incense had never participated in the Tianyang festival before, so she was naturally very interested in it. She spent the entire day playing, strolling around the food stalls and eating to her heart's content. But after an entire day, even 10 Fragrance couldn't help but feel tired. Coupled with the work at the maid cafe, the 10 incense sticks were almost burnt to ashes. However, when the roof of Wu He's house appeared in front of everyone's eyes, even the position of the door was imprinted in 10 Incense's eyes. The scene that appeared in front of her made the listless expression on her face freeze in an instant. Her purple eyes were wide open. What's wrong? When the girls saw this, they all looked at the entrance of Wu He's house with puzzled expressions. When they saw what they saw, they were stunned. That was because they all saw it. In front of Wu He's house, a man and a woman were hugging each other passionately. They were brazenly kissing each other with their lips overlapping. Also, the male lead is someone they are very familiar with. The female lead seems like she too. Wu Yan and Meijio. After returning to Tiangong City using the teleportation device from Fraxinus, the two appeared directly at the door of Wu He's house. Naturally, the two kissed passionately at the door of Wu He's house. And now, he had been caught red-handed by a group of young ladies who were staying with him. Sure Dao. Shurji's mouth was wide open. Master. The Bawa sisters also opened their mouth in an O shape. Ah la la. Kurumi covered her mouth in surprise. Wu. CMO Nai's face immediately turned red as he covered his eyes. They didn't expect their family member, the person they are most familiar with, to be kissing. They actually kissed a girl in front of their house. Moreover, the girl is a popular idol, Meijio. 10 Fragrance's hands trembled as she looked at the two people who did not realize that someone was approaching them. An extremely uncomfortable feeling appeared in her heart, causing her to cry out without hesitation. You! What are you two doing? There was a sudden loud cry. The man and woman who were immersed in the heat were so shocked that their shoulders trembled. They quickly separated and turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Then, the girls' shocked expressions were imprinted into their eyes. Meijio was stunned and speechless. You girls. Wu Yan tilted his head in a daze. Looking at the surprised faces of the girls, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. Did they all see it? As soon as he said that, Wu Yan received angry glares from 10 Fragrance, Yeju Shi, and Shi Xian. Shiji looked at him with disdain. The 4 girls looked at him strangely and Kurumi giggled. They silently told him that they all saw it. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like dying. 10 Fragrance, everyone. Meijio was different from Wu Yan. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately greeted them with a cheerful expression. You're back already? It seems like the first day of the Tianyang ritual has already ended. Faced with Meijio's friendly attitude, Toka quickly walked over and pulled Wu Yan and Meijio apart. She spread her arms and stood between the two of them. She glared at Meijio with eyes full of anger. Meijio, what the hell are you doing? Before Meijio could answer, the identical twin sisters rushed over and stood in front of Wu Yan. They looked at Meijio in a fighting stance. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Why you actually dared to lay your hands on our master without the consent of us, the Baoist sisters. You are truly courageous, I'm annoyed. Because the other party is a famous idol and also an acquaintance, Shi Xian let her guard down and caused master to be tainted. Without Yeju Shi and Shi Xian's permission, Meijio will not be allowed to approach master again. Meijio looked at 10 Fragrance, Yeju Shi, and Shi Xian who were full of hostility towards her. She was confused. What taint? It's just a kiss, don't tell me you guys don't do it normally? Hearing Meijio's words, the 8 Fragrance sisters' faces turned red. They obviously did it before. Kiss. 10 Fragrances frowned in confusion. What's a kiss? The air suddenly froze. Wu Yan couldn't help but turn his head away as tears started streaming down his cheeks. Speaking of which, he really didn't play the kissing game with 10 Fragrance. Meijio's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. What? So 10 Fragrance doesn't know what a kiss is there a problem? Of course not. Meijio looked at 10 Fragrance with a smile. She seemed to have thought of something and her silver eyes lit up as she said this happily. If that's the case, why don't I teach 10 Fragrance how to kiss? Wah. Other than Toka, everyone else was stunned by Meijio's words. Especially Wu Yan, he's on the verge of going hysterical. Meijio, is she planning to eat both men and women? 10 Fragrance who didn't know what a kiss was didn't think much of it. However, she still felt that something was wrong. Why do you want to teach me how to kiss? Isn't that because 10 Fragrance doesn't know how to kiss? Meijio acted like a philanthropist as she tried to entice him. So, isn't it natural for me, the so-called kiss expert, to be the one to teach Xiangchan? Is that so? Of course. Meijio immediately put her hands together in front of her chest as if she was praying. She closed her eyes, pouted her lips and moved closer to 10 Fragrance. So, please 10 Fragrance learn and feel it. Seeing Meijio pouting her lips and moving closer to 10 Fragrance's lips, everyone present was completely stunned. A strange feeling involuntarily rose in 10 Fragrance's heart. Seeing that beautiful face getting closer and closer, 10 Fragrance didn't know what to do and shook her head. Finally, she couldn't help but run away. Ah. Wait. Don't come over. Wah. Why? Why are you chasing us too? Fear, Shi Xian has a bad feeling. Really? If that's the case, let me teach everyone how to kiss. Wah, huh. Seeing Meijio chasing after 10 Fragrance, Yogi, and Shisen like a pervert. Wu Yan, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Shirori looked at each other and sighed. Chapter 12-14. In the sky above Tengu's city, Fraxinus, Kotori was the only one sitting on the platform in Fraxinus's command room. The rest of Ratatosk's members weren't present. Due to the irregular occurrence of spacequakes, the precursors could only be predicted up to 10 minutes in advance. After a certain amount of time, there was no way to predict when the spacequakes would occur. Therefore, as an elven organization, the members of Ratatosk generally did not have holidays. Their goal was to alert the elves of the spacequakes as soon as they occurred. That way, they would be able to monitor the elves in the outer realm and react accordingly. Therefore, if there were no special circumstances, at least 1 or 2 people would stay in the command center of Fraxinus and arrange for night watch and shifts. Today, however, the diva that Ratatosk racked their brains over, the berserker who was listed as the number 1 target to be dealt with, Yakuya and Yuhan, were captured. To celebrate, Kotori gave everyone in Ratatosk a day off and let them get off work early. Of course, if the spacequakes were to occur, the alarms connected to every Ratatosk member's radio would sound simultaneously. Fraxinus would then use the teleportation device to retrieve everyone and deal with the elves. If the spacequakes didn't occur, then, the members of Ratatosk would be able to enjoy this rare holiday. However, even though Kotori gave everyone in Ratatosk a day off, she never thought of giving herself a day off. Sitting on the command center, Kotori recalled the information she got from Yakuya. She converted all the information into text and typed it into the screen in front of her. She checked the contents over and over again and organized them carefully. This information. Not only would it become an important secret in Ratatosk's database, it would also need to be mentioned during the next round table meeting. After all, there was too little information on Phantom at the moment and Ratatosk had his own mission to complete. Ratatosk didn't have enough manpower. If they were to investigate the Phantom alone, it would be difficult. It would be very difficult. Therefore, Kotori decided to ask the people behind Ratatosk to investigate as well. They were more powerful anyway. They rarely interfered with Ratatosk's internal affairs, so Kotori was more than happy to give them something to do. Originally, the task of sorting out information was usually done by other staff members and didn't require Commander Kotori to do it herself. But now, Kotori had given Ratatosk's people a holiday. She didn't feel comfortable leaving the mysterious Phantom to others, so she decided to do it herself. Apart from Kurumi and Meijio, Kotori was the only other person he knew who had come into contact with Phantom. Phantom had even changed the object of Kotori's existence, so it wasn't a bad choice for her to organize it. On top of that, Kotori was also concerned about the information she got from Meijio, who also came into contact with Phantom and was bestowed with a spirit crystal. Even if the other members of Ratatosk were here, Kotori wouldn't let them handle it. After some time, Kotori finally typed the last character into the screen and let out a sigh of relief. Kotori rested her chin on her hand and muttered as she looked at the information about Phantom on the screen. Yakuya gave Yakuya a purple spirit crystal, and I got a red one. Could it be that the different colors of the spirit crystal are the manifestation of different elves' powers? The spirit crystal was the source of all elves' powers. With the spirit crystal, an elf would be an elf. Even a human would possess elven powers after fusing with the spirit crystal. The spirit crystal didn't exist in any part of the elf's body, but as long as it was an elf, there would be a spirit crystal in their body. There was only one way to make the spirit crystal manifest. That was to kill the individual that possessed the spirit crystal, the sprite. Of course, this was only a guess. No one could give a 100% accurate answer as to whether or not one could obtain a spirit crystal by killing an elf. However, according to Westcott, if an elf fell into despair and entered a reverse state, it was very likely that the spiritual crystal would directly appear. That was why Westcott was so obsessed with killing elves. He wanted to get the spirit crystal that represented the power of the elves. Kotori knew this as well. Kotori narrowed her eyes and sighed. Where did the Phantom get the spirit crystal? How many spirit crystals does it have? As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind Kotori as if it was an answer. Could it be that Phantom herself has mastered the method to create spirit crystals? Huh? The sudden voice caused Kotori to exclaim softly. She quickly turned her head, only to see a figure holding a lunchbox in his hand. But if the spirit crystal could be created using a certain method, the elves in this world would be overflowing by now, right? Wu Yan rubbed his chin as if he didn't notice that he scared Kotori. He continued talking while rubbing his chin. Perhaps the Phantom was stolen from the Kadem or the elven troops of those countries. After all, as an organization that advocates killing elves, they might have really succeeded in killing some elves and obtained the spirit crystal from there. Well, it's also possible that the Phantom killed some elves and obtained their spirit crystals to create an elven army that would listen to his orders. That's also very possible. You're talking like nothing happened. What are you talking about? Kotori grumbled when she saw Wu Yan going off on his own. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Are you trying to scare me to death? I didn't stop you because you were busy working. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Who asked you to assume a thinker's posture and talk to yourself over there? Wu Yan returned to Kotori's side and he looked at the screen showing the information on Phantom. And? Did you get any useful information after thinking about it for so long? No. Kotori said in a huff. I only know that the Phantom that appeared before me 5 years ago should be the same existence as the god that contacted Mikoto. It's still bestowing spirit crystals to humans and is still working under our noses. I don't know anything else. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. And? Why are you here? Didn't you go on a date with Meijio? I don't know where you got that conclusion from, but I'm here to deliver dinner to a certain sister who suddenly called home to tell Shiori that she's going to spend the night at someone else's place. Wu Yan looked at the lunchbox expressionlessly and turned around. Since a certain little sister doesn't like me, I'll just bring the food that I personally cooked back to 10 fragrances to eat. Wait. Kotori lost her cool, she coughed and blushed. Since you've worked so hard to make it, it would be unreasonable of me to not eat it. It's better for me to leave it. Wu Yan smiled triumphantly. Kotori was annoyed again. She snatched the lunchbox from Wu Yan's hand and snorted. Do you have nothing better to do? Why are you here in the middle of the night? Well, it's nothing. Wu Yan shrugged. I thought your excuse of spending the night at someone else's place was a bit ridiculous. I guessed you were here, so I came to check it out. Don't worry, I already told Shiori. Kotori paused. She hesitated for a bit before looking at Wu Yan. In that case, follow me to a place. Chapter 12:15. When Wu Yan recovered from the feeling of the world spinning and regained his vision, what appeared in front of him was a vast and dim passage with very little light. All around me were icy cold walls. Behind me was also a wall that seemed to lead to a dead end. In front of me was a tunnel that seemed to have no end, or perhaps it was because it was too dark. Beneath my feet was a mechanical platform that resembled a magic circle. Wu Yan looked at the machine platform under his feet. He looked around before turning around to look at Kotori, who is also standing on the same machine platform as him. Where is this? Kotori brought Wu Yan to a room in the airship Fraxinus. Kotori brought Wu Yan to a room that has never been opened before. There was nothing in the room except for an empty space and an instrument similar to the platform under his feet. Due to the fact that Wu Yan had already turned Fraxinus into a noble phantasm, as a noble phantasm, Wu Yan should know everything about Fraxinus like the back of his hand. Wu Yan should know about the existence of the device and the room. But what is the instrument? What is it? How can it be used? Wu Yan didn't know any of this. Fraxinus was Wu Yan's noble phantasm, but Wu Yan didn't know anything about the instrument that Wu Yan had turned into a noble phantasm. It was impossible. When Wu Yan turned Fraxinus into a noble phantasm, he already knew about the existence of that room and the device. He also knew that he couldn't activate the device. He also asked Kotori about the device and its function more than once. But every single time. Even Kotori gave him the excuse that it was useless even if he knew. She sent him away. Now, Wu Yan finally understood the purpose of the device and why he couldn't activate it. It was because of the instrument. It was a long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Long-range fixed-point teleportation device. As the name suggested, it was a device used for long-range teleportation. There was a teleportation device on Fraxinus, and Wu Yan often used it. But it could only teleport a short distance. This is the so-called short distance. It refers to the distance between high and low. For example, the teleportation device on Fraxinus is a device that can teleport people from Fraxinus to Tiangong City, and it can also retrieve people back to Fraxinus. However, it only works when Fraxinus is directly above the target or destination. For example, if the people in Fraxinus wanted to go to Itsuka's house, then Fraxinus would have to move to the top of Itsuka's house. It was the same the other way around. If you want to retrieve a target, you have to move to the top of them. Otherwise, the teleportation device would be useless. As for the long-range fixed-point teleportation device, it was used for teleportation within a very long range. However, it also had restrictions. Restriction 1, it must consume a lot of magical power. The farther the teleportation distance, the more magical power it consumes. Restriction 2, it can only be teleported between another long-range fixed-point teleportation device that is bound to the long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Because of this, even if the long-range fixed-point teleportation device was turned into a noble relic, Wu Yan couldn't use it. The magical power consumption was not a problem. Although it was a little difficult to support it with the overall magical power generated by Fraxinus, it was still doable. The real problem was that if the other long-range fixed-point teleportation device that was bound to the long-range fixed-point teleportation device was not turned on, then it couldn't be teleported. That's why Wu Yan didn't know the function of the device until today. Just like what Kotori said, it was useless even if he knew about it. It was unlikely that he would use it anyway. Fortunately, no one in Fraxinus was around today. That's why Fraxinus could use all its magical power to activate the long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to activate the long-range fixed-point teleportation device without using up all the magical power in Fraxinus. Wu Yan and Kotori, who stepped into the device and accepted the teleportation, they arrived at a place far, far away from where they came from. They might be in a foreign country. What Kotori said next confirmed Wu Yan's guess. This is the foreign headquarters of Ratatosk. After saying this, Kotori neatly put on the clothes draped over her shoulders, stepped down from the platform, and walked forward. Ratatosk's headquarters? Wu Yan was surprised. He quickly ran down from the platform and followed Kotori. Why did you bring me here? Someone wants to see you. Kotori replied concisely. She continued tidying up her clothes without batting an eyelid. Wu Yan flinched for a second before he recalled something and he nodded in realization. What's the purpose? Oh. Kotori looked at Wu Yan. Aren't you going to ask who wants to see you? More or less, I can guess. What's the purpose? More or less, I can guess. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Then why are you asking? I'm just not sure. Wu Yan sighed. After all, this could very well be a very boring meeting. It might be for you, or for us, but for the higher-ups, they won't be able to sleep well if they don't make things clear. Kotori pursed her lips. The so-called upper echelons are just a group of people who gradually become more and more afraid of death and have groundless fears as their power and status gradually increase. Of course, that person is an exception, that's why I respect him. Kotori paused and glanced at Wu Yan. Don't get into a conflict with him. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What if we get into a conflict? Kotori stopped as well. She looked at Wu Yan with her red eyes. She said with an expressionless face. Then don't even think about getting on my bed. Kotori continued walking forward, leaving Wu Yan standing there in a daze. That prideful and cold Kotori actually dared to say something like, don't even think about getting on my bed. It seems like the Lord she spoke of has a very high position in her heart. Rubbing his nose, Wu Yan sighed and shrugged helplessly. Don't get on your bed? Then you can get on my bed too. Wu Yan giggled and he crossed his arms behind his head. He followed Coterie into the tunnel. Listen, don't get into a conflict with that person. Standing in front of a door, Coterie broke the silence and unexpectedly gave an order. Or else it'll be hard for me. All right. Wu Yan was dissatisfied. How much do you want to help an outsider? He's my savior. Coterie glared at Wu Yan. Do you want me to be a person who bites the hand that feeds me? You should at least have some faith in me. Wu Yan waved his hand impatiently. Do I have a face that will get into conflict with others? Or do I have a bad personality? All right. I'm just reminding you. Coterie sighed and pulled herself together. She knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from the other side of the door. Coterie pursed her lips, pushed the door open and walked in. Wu Yan looked inside and saw a large round table. Then, he saw a group of people sitting around the table. There are about 5 or 6 people sitting around the round table. Due to the dim lighting, he could only make out their blurry silhouettes. However, Wu Yan, who walked into the room, could clearly feel that everyone here is looking at him. Wu Yan's gaze was attracted to the person sitting at the head of the table. Chapter 12:16. Sitting at the head of the round table was a foreign man in his 50s with a benevolent face. This foreign man in his 50s didn't look very dignified. On the contrary, he looked kind. Although his eyes were sharp, because of his age, he gave people the feeling that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life that an old man should have. Without a doubt, he's a person who would be hard to notice even if thrown into a crowd. However, Wu Yan still paid attention to him at the first possible moment. It's not because he's sitting at the head of the table, and it's not because of his age that Wu Yan thought he might be in existence with a high status. It's because, even though he looks ordinary, the presence he exudes is so strong that it's impossible to ignore him. It's an aura that can only be cultivated by someone who has been in a high position for many years. It's not something that can be covered up by a little impression. Just like Wu Yan, Woodman also looked at Wu Yan. Similarly, it's not because he guessed that Wu Yan is the person he wanted to meet. It's because he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Wu Yan's body that made his heart palpitate. Although Woodman had never been on the front line regarding the affairs of the elves, he had a deep understanding of the strength of the elves. If an elf were to stand in front of Woodman right now, Woodman wouldn't be affected. Not only would Woodman be able to maintain his composure, he would also be able to use his benevolent face to give the elf a peaceful smile. But now, Woodman sensed an oppressive aura from Wu Yan that makes his heart palpitate. Based on this point alone, Woodman was somewhat convinced of Coterie's words. She said that even if Wu Yan wanted to destroy the world, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Coterie acted like she didn't feel anything and bowed respectfully to Woodman. Master Woodman. The person you wanted to meet. I've brought him here. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Wuha. Woodman smiled kindly and nodded to Coterie. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here, my side is. Coterie ignored everyone else and lowered her head to Woodman. Sending out a message in the middle of the night that will bring people here. Let the adults open the meeting room at the round table. Coterie should be the one apologizing. That's right. You don't have to worry, Commander Wuha. Woodman smiled. Although it's the middle of the night over there, it's still daytime here, that's good. After saying that, Coterie stepped aside. What happened next? There was no need for Coterie to stand at the front anymore. After all, the main character of this banquet was not her. Almost at the same time, Woodman and everyone else in the conference room fixed their eyes on Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at the people sitting around the round table. His gaze met with Woodman's, causing Woodman to smile amiably. Actually, I've wanted to meet you since a long time ago. I know. Even though the person in front of him is the chairman of the Round Table Conference, a person who is respected by Coterie, Wu Yan didn't show any signs of humility. He nodded as if he was an equal. As for the reason, I can more or less guess it. I'm sorry, we have too many questions. If we don't solve them, we won't be able to work in peace. Otherwise, my secretary will get angry. Woodman joked. Wu Yan chuckled. It's about the same here. I don't have a secretary, but I have a sister who gives me a headache. I can't do anything about it. Wu Yan shook his head and he looked at Woodman. I know the reason, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to solve all your questions. His voice echoed in the conference room and entered the ears of everyone present. At this moment, apart from Coterie and Woodman who remained calm, the other counselors at the round table more or less expressed their dissatisfaction. First, let me introduce myself. Just call me Woodman. Woodman tapped the table with his finger and smiled at Wu Yan. Then, should I call you Dao Jun Scholar? Or? Well, I'll call you that for now. Wu Yan shrugged. Of course, if you have questions about my name, I'll answer truthfully. But you'll be disappointed. Oh. Woodman's smile didn't fade. Why is that? Wu Yan chuckled and he looked at the other counselors around the round table. Because even if you know my real name and start an investigation, you won't be able to find anything. As soon as he said that, the members at the round table held their breaths for 2 to 3 seconds. That's what they're planning. Is that so? Woodman smiled helplessly. He narrowed his eyes at Wu Yan. If that's the case, it shouldn't matter if I reveal my real name, right? Wu Yan stared at Woodman. Woodman kept a smile on his face as if he didn't have any ulterior motives. All right. Wu Yan pursed his lips. If that's the case, you can call me Wu Yan. Wu Yan. The members of the round table repeated this name over and over again. They committed this name to memory. When they get back, they will use this name as the source of their investigation. Even though Wu Yan said it was useless, it was still the same. I'll call you Mr. Wu Yan. Woodman tapped his chin and stopped smiling. He took a deep breath and his expression turned serious. Then, Mr. Wu Yan, can you tell me where you're from? Following this sentence, the entire conference room fell into silence. There was no sound at all. Wu Yan seemed to have expected Woodman to ask such a question. He spread out his hands, smiled, and gave an answer that made everyone's expression change. No comment. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy. Even Woodman's brows furrowed. You're making things very difficult for us. Are you troubled because you don't know where I came from? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth slowly curved upwards. Then you must have been troubled for a long time, right? That's why I'm asking. Woodman closed his eyes and used the hand on the table to support his chin. You possess a strength that can rival the elves without the use of a manifestation device or any equipment. You also possess a magical tool like the sealing ring, that even the manifestation device can't reproduce its function. Adding on to the fact that you appeared together with the spacequake, you're not an elf, and you don't have any traces of living as a human being either. With all these factors added together, even if we want to have a conversation with you, we don't know where to start. If it's possible, I hope Mr. Wu Yan can reveal where you came from. Let us know. Woodman's expression was very serious. This world can no longer withstand threats other than the elves. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded expressionlessly. I see. In your eyes, I'm a threat to the world. Is that what you mean? Yes, I can't say for sure that's not the case. Woodman said bluntly, but I'm more worried that other than the elves, there might be other non-human beings with such great power like you who might be disloyal to this world. You can rest assured about that. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Woodman. I can tell you clearly that I am an exception. Your worries are unnecessary. As soon as he said that, the other counselors in the conference room could no longer sit still. We can't conclude that there's no threat in this world just because you said so. The person sitting on the lower left of Woodman couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. You have to reveal where you came from, your background, your identity. Why do you have the power of an elf? Why do you have such a magical item? Only then can we investigate and, I say, however, before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a sharp glint, stopping him in his tracks. You. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Chapter 12-17. Mistake? The cold word stunned all the members at the round table, including Woodman. Their faces were full of doubt. Wu Yan sighed when he saw the confused look on the members' faces. Then, he said in a light tone. Looks like you all have been in high positions for too long. You all think it's normal to question others. Wu Yan mocked the council members around the round table. Do you think it's necessary for me to explain myself to all of you? Coterie revealed a wry smile. Woodman was taken aback and went silent. Only the other members of the round table seemed to have been provoked, and their faces sank. What do you mean? The councilman who asked for Wu Yan's identity and background sounded a bit angry. Are you provoking all of us at the round table? Now that's interesting. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. His mocking expression turned into one of mockery. I'm not a subordinate of anyone at the round table. I'm not a member of any of your organizations. I've never received any benefits from you. I don't even have a salary. I only met you because of my sister's request. Other than that, I have nothing to do with you. And you lot, I'm afraid this isn't the first time you've investigated me without my permission. You've even spied on me and interfered with me. I haven't even pursued the matter with you lot and you're already questioning me. Wu Yan narrowed his wine-red eyes. His words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Speak. Why should I explain myself to all of you? His words were extremely sharp. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the heads of all the counselors who were still angry just a moment ago, causing a chill to run down their spines. Only now did they realize that the person in front of them was called Itsuka Shido. His real name was Wu Yan. He wasn't even a member of their organization. Then, what right did he have to explain everything to them who had nothing to do with him? Haven't you already joined Ratatosker? Another councilman sitting on the left side of the round table spoke. Ratatosker is an organization established by the round table. Since you're a member of Ratatosker, you should be our subordinate. In that case, isn't it right that they are our subordinates? That's right. That's right. The council members at the round table remembered this and they got excited. However, Wu Yan retorted with a nonchalant statement. I joined Ratatosker because I wanted to save the elves who were killed because of their existence. Wu Yan glanced at the members. However, I didn't receive any benefits from Ratatosker. Instead, I helped you seal the elves. I did it for free. Is this how you treat someone who is helping you for free? This. The members at the round table were speechless. However, the member sitting on the left of the main seat retorted. But you also received a group of powerful elves because of this, didn't you? The member stared at Wu Yan and sneered. Speaking of which, you're the one who benefited the most, right? Hearing this, Coterie's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Even Woodman frowned. Wu Yan looked at the sneered member and turned to Woodman. Are you sure this person is with you? Woodman remained silent. The member was infuriated. He slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean by that? Are you denying my identity? That's right. Wu Yan looked at him with a cold glare. Isn't the main purpose of the round table to peacefully resolve the threat of spacequake and allow the elves to live happily ever after? What did you just say? Benefits? Wu Yan took a step forward. A suffocating pressure enveloped everyone's heart. Woodman's pupils shrunk. The members were horrified. In your eyes, the elves only bring benefits? Then why can't I question your identity? Only then did the councilman realize how stupid his words were. His face was filled with panic. Woodman could kick him out of the round table based on that sentence alone. He would never be able to interfere with the affairs of the elves. If he couldn't interfere with the affairs of the elves, he wouldn't be able to know the truth behind Spacequake and Spacequake. If it was a light matter, his status would be lowered. If it was a serious matter, all his memories of the elves and Spacequake would be erased. He would be demoted to the level of an ordinary person. In this world where Spacequake and elves were the main theme, demoting him to the level of an ordinary person would be akin to knocking him off his pedestal. No matter what, this was something he couldn't accept. If this threat came from any of the other counselors, or even all of the counselors present, the counselor might not care about it. In terms of status, although everyone present was on par with him, there was no one who could truly stand above him and decide his life and death. There wasn't anyone among the members, but there was one among the chairmen. With Woodman's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to knock him off his pedestal. Therefore, the councilman immediately panicked. He slammed the table and stood up, not knowing whether to stand or sit. He instantly fell into a state of incomparable anxiety. Seeing this scene, Woodman sighed softly. "Sit down." "Yes, yes." Seeing that Woodman didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter, the councilman breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly complied respectfully before sitting down resentfully. Woodman looked at Wu Yan and he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Wu Yan." "My apologies, Wu Yan, Kun. We were wrong in this matter. I can't move freely so I can only apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." Wu Yan's expression lightened up a bit. "I don't mean to blame you. It's just that, even though I'm in the middle of a quest, the elves are very kind. They are sincere in interacting with me. I have never forced myself to interact with them for the sake of world peace. Even if I have a motive, I treat the elves with sincerity." At this point, Wu Yan looked around at everyone. "Benefits and whatnot, I know there's no way to eradicate it from everyone's heart, but at the very least, don't do anything stupid because of benefits. Otherwise, when the time comes, not only will I not help you, but I might even become your most important enemy." Lin Fan said with a smile. Such blunt words caused all the members present to look at each other in silence. Coterie was still expressionless, but her red eyes were filled with gentleness. Even Woodman revealed a sincere smile. "I am glad to hear that. You are the one who did the right thing." Woodman beamed at Wu Yan. Then, he sighed helplessly. "But it seems like we won't be able to get any information from you. That's why I told Coterie that this meeting is going to be boring." Wu Yan shrugged. He didn't try to hide anything from her. "But you can rest assured that as long as you stand on the side of the elves and act for the good of the elves, I will always be on your side. This is the only thing I can guarantee you." "So it's like this." Woodman mumbled as if he was sleep-talking. An extremely warm smile slowly surfaced on his face. "If that's the case, that's enough." Woodman's original seriousness faded away from his face, replaced by the amiable look he had at the beginning. Only now did Woodman look like a benevolent old man, looking at Wu Yan with a gentle gaze. "Other than Wu Yan Kun's background, I also wanted to ask you where you're going to use the large number of manifestation devices you want us to make, but now, I think Wu Yan Kun will use the display devices appropriately." Meeting Wu Yan's eyes, Woodman smiled. "I'll leave the elves in your hands." Wu Yan laughed, Coterie laughed as well. Chapter 12-18. Phew. Soaking in the hot water, Wu Yan exhaled softly. He stared at the ceiling of the bathroom. His heart was in turmoil. Coterie brought him to Woodman and the others and he only met with the council members once. However, the development of the situation was in line with his expectations. He had to admit that the council members had good intentions. At the very least, they advocated for peaceful communication with the elves in order to solve the disaster the elves brought to the world and allow the elves to live a happy life. This idea suited Wu Yan very well. Because of this, the council members of the Round Table have a lot of restrictions. They can't be as unscrupulous as the Dem when dealing with the elves. In addition, Wu Yan's strength allowed them to get the best result without exposing any useful information. Wu Yan can't just tell the council members that he's not from this world, he's from another world. Moreover, he can come and go as he pleases. Even if he leaves this world will be frozen in time. If he really did say that, it's one thing if the members of the Round Table would believe him or not. Even if they did, it wouldn't make any difference to Wu Yan. He wouldn't mind exposing his identity to the other worlds outside of this world. There are a lot of existences as strong as the elves out there. However, if he did that, it would cause a bit of trouble. To this world, the elves were an existence equivalent to a natural disaster. The elves alone were enough to make the higher-ups of this world battered. If they knew that there were existences more powerful than the elves and that people in the Spalier world could cultivate and become stronger as humans, many of them would become disloyal. For example, they hoped to obtain the method to cultivate impetus and mana from Wu Yan. Or they hoped that Wu Yan could bring them out of this world and into a world with true power. If Wu Yan doesn't want to do it, he will definitely arouse their hostility. This could be seen from today's meeting. They casually took the fact that the elves possessed power as a benefit. Obviously. Inside the Round Table, not everyone would treat the elves with sincerity. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Although there were only a few members at the Round Table, all of them held high positions. Their thoughts. It was very likely that it directly represented the thoughts of the forces they owned. It was also because of this Wu Yan didn't reveal his true identity. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to hide something just because of the hostility of a bunch of normal people? What he was afraid of was that she was there. Inside the Round Table, the hands and feet of the Dem were still there. Once his identity was discovered by that ambitious Dem, he would be in big trouble. He might not care too much about it, but what about the elves? What about Shirori? Wu Yan couldn't ignore these things. Fortunately, Chairman Woodman was truly considerate of the elves. He prevented Wu Yan from completely falling out with the Round Table. He also successfully obtained the assurance that the Round Table would complete the display device he requested. According to Woodman, the materials for the display device were all prepared. Wu Yan also left them sufficient funds. The production of the display device would be put on the agenda. With Yasgate Electronics Company's manufacturing technology of the display device, and the assistance of the other display devices in the manufacturing process, I believe that this batch of display devices with a large number of different types should not be too far away from the day of their birth. Woodman also promised that once the display devices were completed, he would immediately send Wu Yan to collect them. As for how Wu Yan is going to take away such a large number of display devices, that's not something he needs to concern himself with. In the end, the Round Table only obtained a name and nothing else, yet they were still willing to produce display devices for Wu Yan. From this perspective, Wu Yan was quite blessed by the goddess of luck. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't feel too happy about this result. Logically speaking, he should be happy with this result. However, Wu Yan's mood was slightly complicated. He couldn't say that he was upset. He could only say that he had a bad premonition about what was about to happen. But it didn't seem like it was a bad feeling either. Wu Yan felt the restlessness in his heart over and over again. He couldn't figure out what it was or why it was. He couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Could it be that vampires are all so bored at night? Just as Wu Yan was feeling conflicted, a young and majestic voice came from his body. Wu Yan was startled. He helplessly scratched his cheek. I say, Natsuki, I'm already annoyed enough. Don't hit me when I'm down. You're annoyed, but I'm annoyed too. Natsuki retorted without holding back. As soon as I woke up and connected to your consciousness, I noticed that you were feeling restless for no reason. You don't even know why you're feeling restless. Isn't that just boredom? Do you think I want to? Wu Yan grumbled in dissatisfaction. I also want to know what's going on, but I just feel restless for no reason. I don't know if it's because of the connection between our consciousnesses, but it's making me feel restless. Natsuki sighed. They say that only women will feel restless for no reason when they're old. I didn't think men would feel restless as well, especially vampires. Menopause really doesn't have any racial restrictions, but there's a gender restriction. Only women feel it, I don't. Plus, I'm still young, I'm only in my 20s. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Yan's eye twitched. Perhaps it's because the familiar is showing signs of menopause that it's causing its master, who is connected to it, to feel annoyed for no reason. Who knows? Oh. Natsuki's voice stiffened slightly, and she lowered her voice. It seems like you've become a lot more arrogant after turning me into your familiar and becoming my master. I'm just stating facts. Wu Yan pursed his lips. You said that our consciousnesses are connected. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me why I'm feeling restless? Don't ask me about things you don't even know. Natsuki harumphed. Who knows if you're overreacting because you've been in contact with the people at the round table. I hope I'm overreacting. Wu Yan scratched his head in frustration. But I keep having this feeling. It's like I've forgotten something. Forgotten? Natsuki was astonished by his words. Don't you have perfect memory? How could you forget something like that? To be more precise, it's neglected. Wu Yan frowned. That's right. There's something, or someone that I've neglected. Neglected? Natsuki's interest was piqued. What did you overlook? I wouldn't be asking you if I knew. Wu Yan snapped. It's not a matter of memory, it's something I've neglected. Aren't we connected? Can't you help me look for it? How would I know what you've neglected? Natsuki grumbled. Let me bring up all the people, things you've experienced since you were a child. You can try to recall them and see if you've neglected anything. Wu Yan choked and sighed. In other words, there's no result? Well, who knows? Natsuki said nonchalantly. Maybe you just don't want to remember. I'd be an idiot if I relied on you. Wu Yan got annoyed when he heard that. Wu Yan's eyes darted around as he thought of something. He smirked and raised his hand. It transformed into a black ghostly hand with blood-red veins. Then, a bloody mist gushed out from his hand. A naked Natsuki appeared from the bloody mist. She sat on top of Wu Yan with a shocked look on her face. You. Before Natsuki could react, Wu Yan covered her mouth with his. Natsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. You. Wu Yan's hand started roaming all over Natsuki's body as she whimpered. Chapter 12-19. This is Tiangong City's Elven Army, AST's base. Unlike the buildings and residences of normal people, AST's base only gave off one feeling: it was cold. This was because, other than some indoor rooms, the walls of the corridors, passageways, halls, and other places were all made of cold steel. Rather than calling it a garrison, it would be better to call it a fully armed base. Inside the camp, in the corridors and passageways, AST members dressed in revealing streamlined outfits were chatting with each other. If one ignored their tight-fitting streamlined outfits and the desolate environment around them, these AST members would be no different from ordinary teenage girls. Among these girls, Tabichi Origami, who is also wearing a streamlined uniform, is also here. Unlike the other AST members who are chatting and laughing, Kitsune Origami silently walked past her colleagues and entered a changing room. She changed her clothes while organizing her CR unit. Today is the first day of the Tianyang Festival. As a student of Lai-chan High School, even if Kitsune Origami doesn't want to play to her heart's content, she should still help her classmates work at the booths. In fact, Kitsune Origami did exactly that. After finishing her work, Kitsune Origami left Tiangong Square without saying a word. She didn't plan to have fun during the Tianyang Festival. She went straight to the training room in the base. She started training day after day, year after year. This training has been going on until now. In the base, there were also other members who were working hard like Kite Origami, carrying out the daily routine of AST. However, they are planning to finish all their work in AST so that they can enjoy the remaining 2 days of the Tianyang Festival. After all, the Tianyang Festival will be held for 3 days. They have to finish all their work on the first day and then enjoy it for 2 more days. This was a very normal thing. Unfortunately, Kitsune Origami isn't like that. Although Kite 1 Origami had finished his work, he would still come to the encampment for training after finishing his work in the upcoming Tianyang ritual. At least, that's what she plans to do. Kitsune Origami changed out of her streamlined uniform. Wearing a set of military-like work clothes, Tokichi Origami raised her head and looked at the CR unit, stored in the special wardrobe. Then, she stopped moving. Kitsune Origami stared at the CR unit in front of her with complicated feelings. For Kitsune Origami, who wants to kill the elves and find the enemy who killed her parents, this CR unit is the only thing she can rely on. It's the only thing she can rely on to achieve her revenge. Without the CR unit, Kitsune Origami is just a girl who is slightly stronger than other girls of the same age. However, even if she has this CR unit, what can she do? Kitsune Origami knows that AST's CR unit is only average. It's far from the best CR unit, let alone the most advanced CR unit. It can't compare to them. It was impossible to defeat the elves by relying on such a CR unit. In other words, even if she can find her enemy, Kitsune Origami doesn't have the power to seek revenge. But what can she do? Kitsune Origami won't be able to use a good CR unit even if she has one, let alone if she doesn't have one. Therefore, even if the CR unit in front of her is only a mainland CR unit, Kitsune Origami can only rely on it. That's why Kitsune Origami needs to train to make up for the CR unit's lack of performance. Apart from this, Tokichi Origami really couldn't think of any other way to successfully take revenge. Kitsune Origami clenched her fists and lowered her head when she remembered how powerful the elves in the same class were and how they couldn't even survive a single hit from the fire elves. When can I get my revenge? Just as Yuichi Origami was about to immerse herself in the flames of revenge, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door, waking Yuichi Origami up. She turned around and saw a few of her colleagues, who were chatting and laughing, walking in at the same time and starting to change their clothes. Yuichi Origami shook her head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She closed her closet. Just as she was about to walk out of the locker room, the conversation of several colleagues caught her attention. Hey, did you hear? A girl said in a mysterious tone. I heard a big shot is coming to our base. Big shot? Yuichi Origami stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. Big shot? The other girl's interest was piqued as well. What big shot? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure either. I only know that it's someone from the DM side. Wow. That's a big shot. Hearing the conversation between the girls, Tokichi Origami's frown deepened. Of course, Kite Origami had heard of the name DEM. Since Yasgate Electronics isn't a public company, their connections with other countries are very subtle and secretive. Therefore, in the eyes of those who know about the display device, but don't have a deep understanding of it, DEM is the only organization in the world that can produce the display device. Since it was the only organization in the world that could produce display devices, how could Tokichi Origami not recognize it? However, wasn't DEM's branch in Tiangong City destroyed by an unknown fire some time ago? Then, could it be that DEM's people came to AST's base to ask AST's people to assist in the investigation? For some reason, Kitsune Origami's heart started to beat faster. The reason for the commotion was none other than the word fire. With DEM's achievements in the field of display devices, how could a branch company be completely destroyed by a mere fire? The answer was, of course, impossible. A fire that can destroy DEM's branch is definitely not an ordinary fire. At the thought of this, a black-clothed, black-haired, red-eyed figure surrounded by flames, and a red-haired, red-eyed girl in feathered clothes who also controlled fire flashed across Tokichi Origami's mind at the same time. If a normal fire can't do it, then what about the fire controlled by the elves? With such a thought rising in his heart, Yuichi Origami's heart suddenly tightened into a ball. Could it be that they were the ones who destroyed DEM's branch company? As soon as such a thought appeared, it grew like a vine. Not only did it take root in Kitsune Origami's heart, but it also grew rapidly and was out of control. However, while Toichi Origami was having such a thought, the captain of AST, Daybreak Prairie Fire, rushed into the locker room and shouted at all the AST members. "Everyone! Get ready now! Gather at the entrance of the base." Upon hearing this, all of the AST members, including Tokichi Origami, were stunned. At this time, it was almost midnight. Why were they still gathering? Kitsune Origami didn't plan to waste any time and directly announced. "The big shots from DEM are about to arrive at the base. There are orders from above. All members of AST must line up at the door. Welcome the big shot from DEM." Hearing this, all the girls present immediately cried out in surprise. No way. They're welcoming him at this time? All of them? Who is this big shot? Why is he so arrogant? Stop talking nonsense. Looking at the group of AST girls who kept their clothes half undone while whispering to each other, they did not take the time to change their clothes at all. A surge of anger erupted from his heart. "Don't waste my breath. Hurry up and get ready." His lion-like roar startled everyone present. They hurriedly responded loudly and started to change their clothes. Chapter 12-20. Heavenly Palace City, the entrance of the AST garrison base. Under the dark curtain of the night, the AST members who were wearing military-like uniforms lined up neatly on the vast open space. Their postures were upright, their heads held high and their chests puffed out like a well-trained ceremonial team. Their eyes were fixed on the front with a solemn expression on their faces. In front of the army, there were a few stern-looking middle-aged men who were ready to go. They were also lined up in a row. Under the sun, Liaozi was standing one step behind these men. Clearly, these middle-aged men had a higher status than her. In fact, it was true that these middle-aged men were the leaders of the Heavenly Palace City's Land Self-Defense Force, the AST, against the elves. They were considered the highest-ranking people in the entire garrison. Although their identities were not second to none in the country, they were still among the best. But even with such an existence, they still respectfully lined up in a row, as if they were soldiers meeting a general. It was easy to imagine how high the status of this big shot in the DM was. The AST members were lined up neatly. They maintained absolute silence in the dark night. Even the sound of their breathing was deliberately lowered. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The entire open space was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Fortunately, the heavy silence did not last long. It was broken by the sound of a luxurious car. When they saw the luxurious car, their eyes lit up. The eyes of the group of AST executives lit up. They took a few steps forward and welcomed the arrival of the car. The car seemed to have noticed the situation at the scene as well. It slowly drove to the front of the group and gradually came to a stop. With the sound of a car door opening, a man and a woman got out of the luxurious car. The man was wearing a suit. He was tall, had dark gray blonde hair, and sharp eyes. It was Will Scott. Long blonde hair. Fair skin. A young girl in office who looked like a secretary. It was Irene. Wu Yan and the others thought that Will Scott and Irene had left Heavenly Palace City because of the destruction of the DM branch. However, Will Scott and Irene appeared at the AST garrison in Heavenly Palace City. Mr. Will Scott. Of course. It was impossible for these AST members to know about the grudge between Wu Yan and Will Scott. They only knew. They were the actual higher-ups of the DM. They had arrived at the AST garrison in Heavenly Palace City. Therefore, with the higher-ups of AST taking the lead, all the AST members present bowed. They bowed deeply. Welcome to the Elven Land Self-Defense Forces garrison. A middle-aged man who was standing in the middle of AST's upper echelons who obviously had a higher status said respectfully. The rest of the upper echelons also bowed one after another. No, no, no. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing you at this time. Will Scott had an uncomfortable smile on his face as he nodded in an unapologetic tone. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No. It's not like that. The middle-aged man shook his head in a panic. Indeed, no matter how he thought about it, it was already midnight. If someone came to visit at this time, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. The middle-aged man did not dare say that in front of Will Scott. He did not even dare think about it. To them, Will Scott was not just a big shot. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Westcott was the executive director of DM, and DEM was the only existence in the world that they knew could produce the display device. In other words, in their eyes, Westcott was the person who controlled all the display devices in the world. If they offended Westcott and caused him to refuse to provide them with the display device, then DME would definitely follow Westcott's wishes and refuse to provide them with the display device. By then, not only would they be able to kill elves, even the national power of this country might be greatly reduced. If that happened, the middle-aged man would be the sinner of the entire country. Besides, the ground self-defense force owed DM a huge debt because of the display device. If Westcott was slighted here and displeased him, the situation would certainly become very tricky. It was possible that all the AST companies in Heavenly Palace City would lose their positions. Will Scott wasn't sincere in his apology. Looking at the middle-aged man's respectful attitude, he shrugged in boredom. Well, I didn't have a choice. The DM branch in Heavenly Palace City was destroyed, and I ran into some trouble trying to return to the headquarters. I wanted to stay in a hotel for now, but this guard of mine said it was too dangerous, so I had no choice but to come here and disturb you. I happen to have something to take care of as well. I need the help of some sophisticated display devices. Of course, that's not a problem, the middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. The devices in the outpost are all newly acquired by your company. They can definitely meet your needs. We have prepared a room for you as well. Feel free to use them, Mr. Will. That's good. Will Scott nodded in satisfaction. He walked towards the entrance of the outpost. Irene followed behind him quietly. The AST members who lined up at the entrance moved aside in an orderly manner, making a path for Westcott to walk through. Westcott did not stand on ceremony as he walked straight through. However, when Will Scott's gaze inadvertently caught sight of something, his footsteps came to a halt as a glint flashed across his sharp eyes. Irene? Seeing this, Irene looked at Will Scott in confusion. Westcott stared in a certain direction and walked over to a young girl. This young girl was none other than Origami Kite. Seeing Will Scott walk in front of him and stare at him, Tokichi Origami's heart tightened. He lowered his head and his heart started to race. Why is this big shot from DEM looking at me like that? Mr. Will Scott. The group of higher-ups also found it strange as they called out softly. However, Will Scott didn't even turn his head back. He smiled at Kite 1 Origami. You are? Me? Me? Origami Kite became the center of attention in an instant. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Land Self-Defense Force member Chow, Origami Kite. Miss Kite? Will Scott nodded with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Origami Kite's pocket. Can I have a look at that? Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly looked at UAE Origami's pocket. UAE Origami also looked over immediately. Then, they all saw it. There was a photo peeking out from Origami Kite's pocket. This. Origami Kite was confused when she saw the photo. Could it be that this big shot had come all the way here just because of this photo? With that thought in mind, Toichi Origami quietly took out the photo from his pocket and handed it to Westcott. Westcott thanked him and looked at the photo. Then, his sharp eyes shone with a strange light. Behind Will Scott, Elaine also looked at the photo. It was a group photo. There were at least 30 to 40 people in the photo. In the middle of the group, there was a banner with the words, Lai Chan High School, Grade 2, Class 4. Of course, this wasn't what caught Will Scott's attention. What really caught Will Scott's attention were the 5 people standing behind the horizontal line. Wu Yen. 10 Fragrances. Kwansan. Ye Juya. Shi Xian. Ellen's pupils shrank. Will Scott's lips curled up as he looked at Toichi Origami. Are the people in the photo your classmates? Yes. Yes. Origami replied in a calm voice, but she did not hide the ripples in her eyes. Will Scott smiled and handed the photo back to her. This photo was taken at the Tianyang ceremony, right? It looks good. Westcott smiled and left Tokichi Origami, who was still in a daze, and everyone else. He walked into the base with Irene as if nothing had happened. No one noticed that the smile on Will Scott's face was much wider than it was at the beginning. Chapter 12:21. Yu. Wu Yan, who was dreaming, suddenly felt a few powerful and emotional gazes on him. He let out a small whimper and quickly opened his eyes. Light flooded his field of vision. A second ago he was in deep sleep, but the next second he opened his eyes rapidly, causing his vision to become blurry. He even felt a slight pain in his head, but he didn't have the time to care about that. His intuition told him that if he didn't recover quickly, something very unfavorable to him would befall him. Ignoring the pain in his eyes due to the blinding light, Wu Yan urged his consciousness to return to normal. When his vision returned to normal, he looked at the source of the gaze filled with emotions. Wu Yan saw. They had the same appearance, the same hair color, and the same pupils. However, one of them was slender and the other was voluptuous. They were standing by his bed. However, their familiar eyes were staring at Wu Yan. They seemed to be dissatisfied and angry. It was clear that the gaze filled with emotions Wu Yan felt came from those eyes. I woke up. I woke up. Why was it that Yi Juya and Shi Xian were behaving so differently from before when he woke up? He saw the anger in their eyes and heard their angry words. Wu Yan, who had just woken up, was confused for a moment. If it was any other morning, Yi Juya and Shi Xian would have used the method they learned from the educational video to wake him up. Then, he would take advantage of them. Why are they acting so strangely today? Doubts arose in his mind. Wu Yan sneaked a peek at the Yamato sisters, who are still fuming with rage. His mind spun rapidly. Could it be that he had done something that would incur the wrath of both men and gods? Wu Yan scratched his head. When he was about to ask something, he noticed something strange. In his arms. There seemed to be something soft lying there. Feeling the softness, Wu Yan blinked his eyes. He glanced at the displeased expressions of the Baku sisters and rubbed the soft thing in his arms. He suddenly recalled something. His face stiffened and he slowly lowered his head to look at the thing in his arms. The first thing that entered Wu Yan's eyes was a head of long straight black hair. Then, the owner of the long straight hair appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. It was Na Yu. His eyes widened slightly. Wu Yan looked at Na Yu lying in his arms. She was sleeping peacefully like a baby. He finally understood why the Bawa sisters were acting like this. Last night, Wu Yan pranked Na Yu in the bathroom and took advantage of her. He brought her back to the room to sleep. Na Yu seemed to be afraid that others would notice that she was being taken advantage of. Therefore, during the process of the ripples, she resisted and finally collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, in summary, last night, Wu Yan hugged Na Yu, who was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed and fell asleep instantly. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the two people who slept in the same room as him were Yigia and Yushin, right? In the end, he slept with Na Yu. Where did the Bawa sisters sleep last night? It means that they slept on the sofa. Shi Xian said expressionlessly, as if she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Because it was already very late, Shiji and the others went back to their rooms to sleep. Therefore, Shi Xian and Yi Juya went to the living room to sleep on the sofa. Sleep on the sofa. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm. Just because he slept with another girl, he caused the other two delicate girls to sleep on the sofa. What a heinous crime. Even though we have Yushin with us, we sisters still have to sleep on the sofa. Yakuya crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked down at Wu Yan with fury in her eyes. Even if you are our master, this is something that cannot be forgiven. That. Looking at the Daoist sisters' angry faces, Wu Yan couldn't find any excuses. He could only smile awkwardly and cut off the magical energy he was supplying to Na Yu. The sleeping Na Yu turned into light spots and disappeared into the air. She returned to Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan sat up on the bed and pretended to cough. He looked at the sisters with a serious expression and said in a serious tone, "Actually, there are many complicated reasons behind this." "That's right, there are many complicated reasons. Because it's too complicated, I won't explain." Conclusion. Xian narrowed her eyes and glanced at Wu Yan. "In other words, Master has nothing to say, right?" "Yes. Yes, it's all my fault." Wu Yan surrendered without hesitation. "Very good." Yijia nodded in satisfaction. He raised his chin in a domineering manner. "Seeing that you are our master and that you are sincere in your repentance, we can consider reducing your punishment. There are still crimes." Wu Yan's face turned bitter. Punishing the master is not something a slave should do. They are just ordinary slaves. Yijia said arrogantly to Wu Yan. "We are the children of the hurricane, Baowu. Even if we are slaves, we are different from ordinary slaves." "Agreed." Xian nodded. "Master, you must pay the price for the cold wind that Xian and Yijia suffered last night. So, wake up to reality." After that, Yijia and Xian took out something that Wu Yan couldn't ignore. A whip. And a candle. Gulp. Wu Yan gulped and shifted his butt uncomfortably on the bed. "You. Why are you holding these things?" "I learned it from those special training videos." Yijia had no idea what the item in his hand could do. He waved the whip proudly and whipped it on the floor. "It says something like, 'I must give love guidance to the person I love.' This is something I learned yesterday." Supplement. Xian lit the candle in her hand. "So, Yijia and Xian ordered these items from the internet without telling Shirori. I didn't expect to use them today." Wu Yan shook his head like a rattle drum. No. You can't use them. Sinner. You have no choice." Yijia and Xian held the items that Wu Yan thought were extremely dangerous. They smiled maliciously and approached Wu Yan step by step. Let's talk this over." Wu Yan shouted. "I believe that people can understand each other. It's useless to say anything." Carrying an unknown aura, the Baku sisters also yelled out the same thing. While Wu Yan looked at them in horror, they wanted to pounce on him. Suddenly, Wu Yan's phone rang. "Someone is calling me." Wu Yan grabbed his phone and ran out of his room as if he had seen his savior. The Baowu sisters were stomping their feet angrily. He ran to the corridor outside his room, his forehead full of sweat. So dangerous. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Wu Yan looked at the caller ID and answered the call. He immediately thanked the person who called him. "Meijio, you really are my savior, huh?" Meijio made a sound of surprise on the other side of the phone. She pursed her lips in confusion. "I don't know what's going on, but it's great to be able to help." Yes. "It's a big help." Wu Yan nodded. "So, what do you want from me?" "Yes." "Oh, right." Meijio's voice became cheerful. "Dear, do you have any plans for the Tianyang festival?" "Yes." "Plans?" Wu Yan scratched his cheek. "I have to check the booths of Lai Chan High School before the festival. Other than that, there's nothing else." "That's great." Meijio couldn't wait to ask. "Then, after work, can you go on a date with me?" "Yes." Chapter 1222. Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square. When Wu Yan arrived at the venue of the Tianyang ritual, Tiangong Square, the place was already packed with people. Compared to yesterday, the number of people in Heavenly Palace Square has increased significantly. But that's to be expected. The Tianyang ceremony would last for 3 days, but in the eyes of outsiders, it would only last for 2 days. This was because the third day of the Tianyang festival was known as the Late Night Festival. Only the students of the 10 high schools could participate in this festival. If they're not from the 10 high schools, then after today, they won't be able to participate in tomorrow's Heavenly Palace Festival. After all, while others were enjoying the Tianyang ceremony, the students of the 10 high schools were in charge of various booths and activities. Rather than saying that they were playing, it was better to say that they were providing entertainment services for others. Even if they could play, they would only do so when they switched shifts with others. If that was the case, it would be unfair to the students. Therefore, the third day of the Heavenly Palace Festival is the day for the 10 high schools to play. Only tomorrow, the students can play to their heart's content. Because of this, there are more people participating in the Heavenly Palace Festival today than yesterday. The reason is simple: if they miss today, then their Heavenly Palace Festival will be over. Therefore, the second day of each Heavenly Palace Festival is the liveliest. Kurumi, Toka, Yagiya, Aikishin, and Shirori are following behind him. Wu Yan walked along the path that was divided into different paths. Wu Yan walked towards the stalls of Rokuzen High School. While walking, he's greeted by the laughter of the students around him. Yo! Wuha! You're a bit late. I don't have as much energy as you guys, I can only take it slow. Executive committee member, you're really working hard, don't cause me trouble if you know. What are you complaining about? You're just recharging. Shut up. Aren't you the ones who made me a member of the executive committee? Who told you to take a bunch of beautiful and cute girls everywhere? I'm so envious. Then hurry up and find someone to marry while you're still young. Ha ha ha, the students of Zen High School greeted Wu Yan as he walked in front of them. As they joked around, Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian exchanged a glance and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to gain the support of so many people, even mortals, are amazing, as expected of our master. Agreed, master seems to be very popular. Hey hey hey. Do you guys really not know, or are you pretending? Shirji bitterly smiled. Your master is so popular, it's all thanks to you guys. Toka didn't understand what Shirori was trying to say. Why? Era. Kurumi tilted her head and put her finger on her lips. Her red eyes narrowed. Because I'm envious. 10 Fragrances was even more confused. With her natural level and brain capacity, she didn't know what was going on. It was too much for her to understand the various complexities between men and women. On the contrary, I feel that what you said is the most wrong thing. Walking at the front, Wu Yan, who is constantly greeting the people around him, said something that stunned everyone without even turning his head. I don't even know who they are. Huh? The elven girls and Shirji were all stunned. Shirji even asked in surprise. You don't know who they are? Why are you greeting them so happily if you don't know who they are? They're greeting me, I can't just ignore them, right? Wu Yan glanced at Shirji. Don't all high school students like this? Acting like you're familiar with them or pretending to be familiar with them. The girls were speechless when they heard this. Not long after, amidst the laughter of the surrounding Lai Chan High School students. Soon, the maid cafe appeared in front of them. Wu Yan stopped and looked at the girls. Alright, I'll stop here. You guys have to do your best, huh? Toka was the first to voice her dissatisfaction. Shido, aren't you going to entertain the guests? That's the maid cafe. Wu Yan knocked Toka's head, not sure if he should laugh or cry. If you ask me to entertain the guests, I'm afraid I'll scare them away. This is the best time for the executive committee members. After the opening ceremony, we basically have nothing to do. We can go and play as we please. Shirori sighed and complained. I wanted you to take Kotori and Shirono out for a bit. Yoshino went out with Lady Murasame Rain and I don't know where Kotori went. She doesn't have to go to class before and after the Tianyang festival. With Kotori's personality, it's impossible for her to miss such an event. No, no, no. Wu Yan muttered. Koteri's personality is in commander mode. Why would he participate in this kind of childlike ceremony? He's a commander after all. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Yan waved his hand and opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, a voice that seemed to cover his voice was heard. Dear love, the incomparably sweet voice reverberated throughout the entire stall belonging to Lai Chan High School as if no one else was around. Wu Yan's face froze, the girls' expressions froze as well. The students of Lai Chan High School were stunned and the air around them froze. Everyone at the scene immediately shifted their gazes to the source of the voice, looking at the culprit who shouted, "Darling." However, the person who appeared there caused them to be at a loss. It's a girl in a white dress with long violet hair and a hot body. She's very likely to be very beautiful. Why would he say, very likely to be very beautiful? The reason is simple, because on the young girl's face, there was a mask that covered everything above her nose except for her mouth. The girl was happily waving at Wu Yan. Everyone shifted their attention back to Wu Yan. The confusion on their faces faded away and was replaced by an odd expression. That girl seems to be calling dear, right? Dear. Could it be Wu He? But doesn't he have so many beautiful girls around him? Could it be another one? Along with the whispers, the gazes directed at Wu Yan started to turn weird. Then, they all started to stare at Wu Yan like needles stabbing into his back. In their hearts, another member of Five Rivers' inner court had been added to their ranks. Wu Yan's face alternated between green, white, black, and red. All sorts of colors gathered on his face. Under the gazes of the crowd, he was finally unable to restrain himself. With a leap, he arrived in front of the young girl wearing the mask. He extended his hand and grabbed the young girl's hand. Then, he turned around and fled without a trace. Damn you, Wu He. Don't even think about running away. You despicable fellow, you actually expanded your harem members. Could it be that all those cute girls can't satisfy you? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made you a committee member. I should have made you a coolie. You. Stop right there. At least let me punch you. That's right. Just one punch. Stop. Go after him. Amidst a wave of condemnation, the group of boys from Lai Chan High School finally completely exploded when a certain wolf showed off his family members. One by one, they abandoned the preparations for the opening of the Tianyang ceremony in their hands and randomly grabbed things that could be used as weapons beside them. They formed a group and majestically chased after the wolf. Seeing the boys from Lai Chan High School roll up a smoke dragon and chase forward noisily, the group of elven girls and Shirori were all dumbfounded and speechless. Sherdao is being hunted. 10 Incense stared blankly at the front and then panicked. Quick! Go save Shido. No need. Stop him. Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian hugged 10 fragrant slender waist without any explanation, their faces filled with indignation. Serves him right. Shiji bluntly rebuked. Who told him to be a womanizer? Era. Kurumi shook her head and shrugged her shoulders. Lord husband, please take care of yourself. Chapter 12:23. In the Heavenly Palace Square, the students from the other 9 high schools stared blankly at the boys from Lai Chan High School rushing past them with a fierce expression. They all looked at each other and put on an expression of being surprised by the situation. When all the boys from Lai Chan High School rushed past them like crabs, 2 heads sneakily poked out from a stall in the corner. When they confirmed that there were no boys from Lai Chan High School, they sighed in relief. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Meijio. Wu Yan sighed. Although I know you don't care, I still want to ask, why do you call me by my nickname in front of so many people? Mama. Meijio didn't seem to care. She was still smiling. Since it's a nickname, of course I have to say it all the time. Then can you change your nickname to another one? Of course not. Meijio puffed up her cheeks. Darling is darling, you can't change it to anyone else. It's just a change of name, not a change of name. That won't do either. Fine. Wu Yan sighed again. He rubbed his aching eyebrows and looked at the mask on Meijio's face. But why are you wearing a mask? Hee, what do you think? Meijio pointed a finger at the mask and made a cute pose. Isn't it cute? Cute. It is cute. Meijio looked very photogenic. She looked very cute. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. Is it because she's cute? That's part of the reason. It's because the mask is cute and it's the Tianyang ceremony now. The stall is selling masks. It's not strange to wear a mask at this time. There are all kinds of reasons. Meijio looked troubled. However, the main reason is that if I don't wear a mask, I'll definitely be recognized and buried by a large number of fans, Meijio said. Only then did Wu Yan remember that the masked girl in front of him was a popular idol singer. She had already caused so much trouble when she was wearing a mask. If she were to go on a date with her real face exposed, Wu Yan's forehead immediately dripped with cold sweat. Well, it doesn't matter even if I'm exposed. Meijio smiled again and tilted her head at Wu Yan. Just. In that case, my rare date with my dear will be interrupted by other people. I don't want that. After saying that, Meijio seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands. Oh, right. Why don't my dear wear a mask too? I'll go and see if there's a match for this mask. No need. Wu Yan quickly pulled Meijio back as she was about to charge out. Although it can save you a lot of trouble, I'm not a famous person. Just be careful and don't expose yourself. If you do, the trouble will be small, but a scandal will be the worst thing. Well, okay. Meijio pursed her lips regretfully. It seemed that she was really disappointed that she couldn't wear a matching mask with Wu Yan. But soon, Meijio cheered up and happily hugged Wu Yan's arm, tightly clinging to him. In that case, let's hurry up and enjoy the Tianyang ceremony. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw how happy Meijio is beaming. At the same time, he started snickering at her. Remember the first time we met? At that time, you attacked me as soon as you saw me. You hated men to the extreme. Recalling the scene of the first time he met Meijio, Wu Yan shrugged. I didn't expect you to be so clingy to me now. It's a bit strange. That's right. Meijio's smile slowly disappeared. She muttered absent-mindedly, at that time, if I could feel my dear's kindness to me, my dear's gentleness, how good would that be? Meijio looked at Wu Yan through the eyes of the mask. She lowered her head apologetically. At that time, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to blame you. Seeing Meijio lower her head, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out and touch her soft violet hair. At that time, Meijio was still a willful child. But now, she's grown up, so the willful things she did when she was still a child can be forgiven. Meijio closed her eyes and smiled like a flower when she felt the warm and gentle touch of the big hand on her head. Of course, Meijio knew what Wu Yan meant by willful, and what grown up meant. Therefore, her gratitude towards Wu Yan grew. She hugged Wu Yan's arm tighter and tighter. She even rested her head on Wu Yan's shoulder. Found it. Just as the two of them were immersed in a rare moment of warmth, a loud scream suddenly rang out from the front, attracting their attention. Then, Wu Yan and Meijio saw a group of boys from Lichon High School appear on the other side of the street. Again? Wu Yan's gentle expression crumbled and he looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Meijio took a step back with a lingering fear in her heart. Her sudden retreat caused Wu Yan, who was hugged by Meijio, to lose his balance as well. Wah! Ah! Meijio felt a weight on her body. Unable to bear the weight, she fell backwards. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like Wu Yan was pushing Meijio down. The two of them were still hugging each other when they fell to the ground with a thud. Meijiu. In the nick of time, Wu Yan came back to his senses. He put his hand behind Meijiu's head to prevent her head from hitting the ground. He looked at Meijiu and asked in a panic. Are you okay? Meijiu looked at Wu Yan, who was on top of her. Her face turned red and she started to squirm. But, dear, this is the street. If you want to do something, you should do it in a place where there's no one. I didn't want to do anything. I won't do anything. You're the one who pulled me down. Wu Yan covered his face as if he couldn't bear to look back. He quickly stood up and grabbed Meijiu's hand. Just as he was about to pull Meijiu up as well, a sharp shriek came from the crowd that had been eerily silent since the start of the duel. Everyone heard this shriek. That's Meijiu. Everyone in the crowd was stunned. When they recalled who the name Meijiu was, their eyes widened immediately. Wu Yan also noticed that Meijiu's mask had fallen to the ground. He didn't know when, but the mask she used to hide Meijiu's face had fallen to the ground. Meijiu didn't realize that her mask had fallen off until now. She let out a small cry of surprise. It was this cry of surprise that woke everyone up from their daze. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Meijiu. It's really Meijiu. Seducing Meijiu. Could it be her? Are you serious? I'm a big fan of hers. It's true. It's definitely true. Her face was broadcasted on every TV station yesterday. I saw it all. She's wearing the Dragon Gut Temple Women's Academy uniform. It's definitely her. It's really Meijiu. Soon, the noise of the scene spread to every corner. It was very noisy. Cursing in his heart, Wu Yan picked up the mask and put it on his face. At least, he can't let anyone see his face. Wu Yan grabbed Meijiu, who is still in a daze. He hugged Meijiu's shoulders and legs and he carried her like a princess as he ran for his life. Don't run. This time, it wasn't just the boys from Chan High School. Almost all the high school students joined in the chase. Darling. You're so handsome. Meijiu hugged Wu Yan's neck and cried out excitedly when she saw him running away from a group of fans. His sorrowful cries resounded throughout the square of the Heavenly Palace. Don't call me darling in front of so many people. Chapter 12:24. This is too scary. Wu Yan watched the news of him hugging Meijiu while being chased by a group of crazy fans during the Tianyang festival. The remote in his hand fell to the floor. He muttered as if he lost his soul. This world is truly too terrifying, oh. On the other hand, Yi Jia and Shi Xian, who were watching the news on TV, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Master is on TV? Is he famous? You are truly worthy of being my master. Of course, it would be perfect if he wasn't wearing a mask. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, otherwise, our house would be flooded with people. Wu Yan was about to go crazy. It is fortunate that we didn't expose our true identity. I wonder if Meijiu will encounter any problems. I'm worried. Shi Xian is worried too. Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan with a worried expression. Master, Shi Xian wants to give Meijiu a call. You want to call Meijiu? Wu Yan paused. He looked at Shi Xian with surprise. Are you that close to Meijiu? That's not it. Before Shi Xian could say anything, Yeju Shi retorted with a dissatisfied expression. That woman gave us the phone number. It's not just Shi Xian. Me, Toka, Kuzo, Shirori and even me. She said we can call her when we have time and ask her out for a cup of tea. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. It seems like Meijiu wants to eat both men and women. That's good. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He said to Shi Xian, call Meijiu and ask about her situation. Yes, I understand. Shi Xian didn't say anything else. She walked out of the hall and went to the corridor to call Meizhou. Shi Xian walked out of the hall. Wu Yan looked at the TV again. Looking at the countless replays of this incident, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. I hate these reporters the most. All they do is dig up other people's secrets. Don't they know that other people have their difficulties too? Really? Compared to Wu Yan's grief and indignation, Fang Qiu's expression changed. Yi Jia's face was filled with interest. I think so. I should also go on TV. Let those mortals have a good look at the divine might of our 8 hurricane dances. That's why I said you can't afford to offend a Chinibu girl. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly and placed his hands on Yi Jia's delicate face. She began to caress him unconsciously. I hope this rumor won't be exaggerated and turn into a scandal that will embarrass Meizhou. Yi Jia's face turned red under Wu Yan's caress. Perhaps she felt itchy. She let out a small moan, waking Wu Yan up from his daze. Feeling Yi Jia's smooth skin, looking at her crimson and seductive appearance, Wu Yan's heart began to stir. For tomorrow's Tianyang ritual, Shiori worked a little late with her classmates. Just now, she called back to tell him that she wouldn't be coming back tonight. Toka and Kurumi were also dragged away by Shiori to do manual labor. Similarly, they won't be coming back tonight either. On the other hand, Yono had been following Ling Yin around the Tianyang festival for the whole day. After that, Ling Yin brought her to her place for a night. Since Kotori still had work to do in Ratatosk, she planned to work there for the whole night when Shiori wasn't home. In other words, Wu Yan and the 8 Hurricane Sisters are the only ones at home today. In other words, no matter what he does to Yi Jia tonight, no one will disturb him. In other words, he would be fine even if he were to push this adorable elf girl down. In other words, now is the best time to push her down. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart began to stir. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Licking his dry lips, Wu Yan couldn't help but look down at the small mounds in front of Yi Jia's slender body. Without any hesitation, he reached behind Yi Jia's back and grabbed her soft mounds and rubbed them a bit. The soft and bouncy sensation instantly spread through Wu Yan's nerves. Wu Yan's expression instantly became satisfied. He began to rub the soft body and made it change shape according to his movements. Ah! Yakuya, who was attacked by Wu Yan's wolf claws, let out a short yelp. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. She saw how her private parts were being molded by Wu Yan's wolf claws. Her white face turned red in a matter of seconds. Even her ears turned red. Pervert. Pervert master. With a red face, Yi Jia muttered in a low voice. He lowered his head and buried his face in his bangs. He didn't say anything else. Only his red ears showed his inner emotions. One could even faintly hear Yi Jia's panting. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but use more strength. Ugh! Yi Jia felt like she was electrocuted. She couldn't control her panting anymore. This made Wu Yan even more unable to control himself. He reached his head over and sucked on Yi Jia's earlobe. Ah! Yi Jia's body trembled. Her body went limp as if all her strength was sucked out of her. Her face became blurry as she allowed Wu Yan to do whatever he wanted to her body. As time passed, both Yi Jia and Wu Yan were panting more and more heavily. Yi Jia, master, their eyes met for a moment and they closed their eyes in unison. The distance between their lips was getting closer and closer. Just as the two of them were about to get out of hand, an emotionless voice that sent chills down their spines reverberated in their ears. Question: what are you doing? Wu Yan and Yi Jia, who were closing the distance between them, froze on the spot. Their faces stiffened. Shi Xian expressionlessly walked in front of them. She stared at their frozen faces and Wu Yan's hand rubbing Yi Jia's chest. Her eyes twitched. I'm so angry. I didn't think Yi Jia would run away when Shi Xian was doing something serious. He needs to be condemned, Shi Xian. Yi Jia's face was as red as fire. Steam was coming out of his head. He stuttered as he tried to explain. This is a misunderstanding. Yi Jia wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand and stand up. Who knew that Wu Yan would pull her into his arms and hold her tightly? His hand started moving again. Ugh. No, Yi Jia could only make a small protest, but Wu Yan ignored it. Wu Yan looked at the stunned Shi Xian and coughed. How's Meijiu? She said she's fine. She's already brushed it off. Shi Xian answered instinctively. That's good. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled and reached out with his other hand to pull Shi Xian into his arms. Without any explanation, he grabbed Yi Jia's chest and started moving his hands. Ah. Ugh. The two elven girls gasped at the same time. One of them was stopped by Wu Yan before she could finish her sentence. Wu Yan caught Shi Xian's tongue and entangled it with his. After a while, Wu Yan let go of Shi Xian's lips. He looked at the Daoist sisters' dazed expressions and continued moving his hands. Today, I'm going to finish what I didn't finish. Upon hearing that, the Daoist sisters, who had fully gone through the special training video, blushed all of a sudden. That means, I'm so nervous. Is Master going to bring us into the world of adults? That's right, Wu Yan sucked in a deep breath. He didn't hold back his urges any longer. He flipped over and he pinned the two elven girls down. His hands rubbed their smooth thighs and he moved his hands up to touch them. After an unknown amount of time, two painful groans resounded in the hall of Wu He's house. The night was long, and the ripples continued to make use of it. It's going to be a sleepless night. Chapter 1225. Heavenly Palace City, AST's base. In AST's base, in one of the more luxuriously decorated rooms, Will Scott was looking at a document in his hand. The more he read, the wider the smile on his face became. It was as if something good was recorded in the document. Only Elaine, who was standing behind Westcott with a folder in her hand, knew that the document Westcott was reading was the worst thing that could happen, let alone a good thing. Irene became more and more dissatisfied when she saw Will Scott's smile become wider and wider. Aren't you going to do something? Ike. Elaine frowned. Her tone was full of rare complaints. Those idiots from the board of directors are planning to climb over your head. Why do you look so happy? Well, no matter what it is, I'll be happy if it's interesting. Will Scott waved his hand indifferently and threw the document on the table. Back then, when DEM was just established, they were still a bunch of reptiles who only knew how to say nice things behind me. But now, they know how to use the destruction of the branch company and the unauthorized use of magicians and display devices to make trouble for me. Isn't it much more interesting than when they only knew how to talk? Irene. Ike. Irene couldn't help but raise her voice. Do you understand the situation you're in? Judging from the current situation, it was very likely that the board of directors would use this incident as an excuse. They might even ask for you to be fired. Will Scott was the executive director of the DM. His position in the DM was the highest. Although there was a board of directors and other directors in the DM was established by Will Scott himself, so its status was naturally the highest. Unfortunately, most of the time, Westcott's considerations were based on his own ideas. In order to satisfy his own interests, Westcott was even willing to sacrifice some of the benefits of the DEM. For example, the elves' response. Will Scott was obsessed with the power of the elves. However, if he killed the elves and obtained the spirit crystal, he would achieve his goal. Instead of obtaining the spirit crystal, Will Scott wanted the elves to fall into despair. Enter a reversal state. Then have someone kill the elves that were reversed. Do this. It was not because the elf in the reverse state could reveal the spirit crystal, nor was it because the possibility of obtaining the spirit crystal from the elf in the reverse state would increase. It was purely because of this. Westcott was the one who wanted to do it. Because doing so would make Westcott very happy. As long as he could satisfy his pleasure, Will Scott didn't care at all what would happen to the DEM company. It was also because of this that many directors of the CADEM board of directors couldn't stand what Will Scott had done. In addition, many of the CADEM board of directors coveted Will Scott's position, so it wasn't strange for them to take the opportunity to pull Will Scott down. Westcott didn't care much about this matter, but after Irene found out about it, she allowed Westcott to stay in AST's base without hesitation. It wasn't that Irene was afraid of the board of directors. With Will Scott and Irene's abilities, the actions of the board of directors were nothing. Irene had more than one way to make the board of directors stop. The only reason he stayed here with Will Scott was to be more cautious and have more time to prepare. After all, she was no longer the strongest in the world. Thinking of this, Irene pursed her lips and sighed. We shouldn't have given the board the right to fire you, that would be too boring. Will Scott answered. Irene expected this answer, but she still felt helpless. What should we do now? Should we follow the instructions on the document and return to the headquarters? Well, I'd like to go back and see what they'll do. Will Scott shrugged and smiled strangely. But now, it seems like staying here is more interesting. Hearing this, Irene frowned. She seemed to have thought of something and hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Is it because of that child? The one called Origami Kitsune. Hearing Ellen's words, the smile on Will Scott's face grew wider. I didn't think there would be someone in AST who was in the same class as those elves. AST is a force against elves. Just like DEM, they want to kill the elves who bring about spacecrafts. Logically speaking, there are people in AST who often deal with elves. Even if the elves hide their psychic waves, they should be able to detect it. And yet, under such circumstances, AST did not attack the elves. Is it because they don't have psychic waves? That's not it. The only possibility was that Kite Origami did not report his judgment of the elves' identities to the higher-ups of AST. It seems like this AST named Origami Kite One has something to do with the elves. Elaine glanced at Westcott after coming to this conclusion. So, Irene, that's why you're interested in Origami Kitsune, right? That's part of the reason. No matter what, there's no harm in observing. Will Scott smirked and looked at Irene. Then, what about the investigation? Even though the equipment in AST is relatively low-end, it's not too troublesome to investigate because Kyuchi Origami is still a member of AST. Zhang Lixing thought to himself, well, it's not too troublesome to investigate. Irene pulled out a few documents from the folder in her hand and handed them to Will Scott. Well, I did manage to find out something interesting. Oh? Will Scott looked at the document in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Parents died in the hands of elves? That's why they hate elves so much. This time, Will Scott was a little surprised. If that's the case, why are they still protecting those elves? Indeed. Irene nodded. If she really hates elves, it's impossible for Tokichi Origami not to investigate those classmates who look very similar to elves. Not only that, but there's also a high possibility that she already knows about their elves' identity, but she hasn't reported this matter to AST. It's very unusual. Sometimes, the human heart is very complicated and difficult to understand. Will Scott shook his head and looked at one of the messages on the document. Parents died in the fire caused by the elves 5 years ago. Could it be an Ifrit? Yes. Irene answered expressionlessly. Regarding this matter, I also launched some investigations. Then, I found that in the confidential database of the CADEM, multiple psychic wave reactions were detected at the scene at that time, and a video was also captured. An instrument that looked like a digital camera appeared in Irene's hand. She pressed a few buttons on it and handed it to Will Scott, allowing him to look at it. The screen showed a corner of Tiangong City that was in the middle of a fire. The scene of Origami Kitsune's parents being killed by a beam of fire was shown on the screen. This is a video captured from an abandoned satellite. Irene said to Will Scott. Since they were an ordinary couple, this video should have been deleted as useless information. However, when the branch was destroyed, this video was accidentally discovered in the data that was brought out. Speaking of this, Irene's eyes slightly fluctuated. She reached out and pressed on the instrument again. Then, I found this. Following Irene's manipulation, the scene on the screen zoomed out. Will Scott also saw a figure waving a beam of fire and killing Koichi Origami's parents. When he saw the figure's true appearance, Will Scott couldn't help but be stunned, and then he laughed wildly. Ahahaha. This is interesting. This is so interesting. Westcott laughed exaggeratedly as he spoke to Irene. Arrange for Origami Kitsune to meet me. Chapter 12:26. When Kitaichi Origami opened her eyes, she found herself standing alone on the street illuminated by the setting sun. Here. Looking around, Kitaichi Origami frowned and her eyes were filled with confusion. It's not that Kitaichi Origami didn't know where she was standing on the street. Although the street in front of her was extremely unfamiliar, Kitaichi Origami still recognized it at a glance. This is the only way to go to her childhood home. But because of this, Kitaichi Origami felt confused. After all, her childhood home was burned to ashes in the fire 5 years ago. Including the street in front of her. Kitaichi Origami's cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings. She stared at the scene on the street. Here, there were pedestrians passing by, students after school, and some small animals running around happily. It was a peaceful scene. Kitaichi Origami was clearly standing in the middle of the street, but those people and animals completely ignored her. They walked past her as if they didn't see her. Some people even walked past her figure. It was like Kitaichi Origami's entire body turned transparent. Looking at the strange phenomenon that happened to her expressionlessly, Kitaichi Origami immediately made a judgment. Dream. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in Kitaichi Origami's eyes. It was a man with short white hair and dark blue eyes. A cute little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. On the street full of pedestrians, she looked so eye-catching. It's not hard to imagine her appearance when she grows up. Seeing this little girl, Kitaichi Origami's eyes couldn't leave her. The cute little girl in front of her was Kitaichi Origami when she was a child. When I was a child. Kitaichi Origami looked at her childhood in a daze. When I was a child. When I was a child. And when I was a child. Could it be? In an instant, Kitaichi Origami had a guess about the content of her dream. This guess instantly caused Yue Origami's pretty face to turn completely pale with a schwa sound. What are you doing? Without thinking, Kitaichi Origami screamed at her childhood self. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up. Kitaichi Origami's screams didn't end. Suddenly. In her field of vision. Everything was covered by a fiery red color. Ah. The sudden fiery red light made Kitaichi Origami close her eyes. But not only was she not surprised by the appearance of this fiery red color, she seemed to have known that it would appear. Her face became even paler. And desperately opened her eyes that were stimulated by the strong light. Then. The scene in front of Kitaichi Origami changed. The street was still there, the pedestrians. She was also there when she was a child. However, the originally peaceful scene had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a hell-like scene. Fiery red. Fiery red. A fiery red that was scorching hot. The familiar street fell into a sea of red fire. The houses, pedestrian streets, trees, flowers, buildings and so on, everything that could support burning, were all engulfed by the flames without exception. Everything in front of him was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. The fire continued to burn fiercely, spreading at an extremely fast speed amidst the whistling sounds of the burning. All around, the pedestrians let out panicked screams one by one. They began to flee in a panic. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with the explosion of some dangerous items echoed in the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami looked at everything in front of her in a daze. Her face was as white as paper. Not long after, the surrounding pedestrians disappeared. What remained in Kitaichi Origami's field of vision was the hell-like street that fell into the sea of fire, and a small figure. It was her childhood self. At this time, Kitaichi Origami also looked at everything in a daze. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't run away aimlessly like the other pedestrians, nor did she take the children and the elderly to seek refuge like those calm people. Instead, she threw all the things in her hands to the ground and ran to the center of the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami could still vaguely hear the words that came out of her mouth before she ran into the sea of fire. Dad. Mom. That's right. Kitaichi Origami's parents were still at home. They were still in the sea of fire. She was just a child. Even if she rushed to the scene, she wouldn't be able to help much. She might even be a burden. Her parents might have already gone to seek refuge, but Kitaichi Origami still ran into the sea of fire to look for her parents. Seeing this, Kitaichi Origami also reacted. Her face was pale and she ran hysterically like Kitaichi Origami towards the sea of fire, the home in her memory. However, when Kitaichi Origami arrived at the home in her memory, the scene that appeared in front of her was the most terrifying nightmare and the most despairing scene she ever wanted to recall in her life. The home in her memory, like the other buildings, was covered in red flames. Her childhood self ran towards the home in the sea of fire. In front of her childhood self, her father held her mother's shoulder and stood in the center of the sea of fire. On the horizon, there was a terrifying fire beam that mercilessly fell towards Kitaichi Origami's parents. No, Kitaichi Origami let out a cry of despair and ran forward in an attempt to save her parents. Unfortunately, no matter how Kitaichi Origami ran, the distance between them did not decrease at all. Then, the fire beam fell. Bang! A strong shockwave shook the area and easily blew Kitaichi Origami, who was running towards her parents, away. She hit the cement wall not far away and screamed in pain. However, Kitaichi Origami ignored the pain in her body and Kitaichi Origami also ignored the wind in front of her. The two girls, one adult and one child, both looked at the location of their parents. However, the figure that was originally there has already disappeared. There was only a crater that looked like it was created by a meteorite. Light smoke was coming out from there. Lying inside were the remains of her parents in her memory. Looking at her parents lying dead in the hole, Toichi Origami let out a desperate howl. Her pupils dilated as she suddenly raised her head and looked at the source of the fire beam that just shot over. Then, Kitaichi Origami saw. In the middle of the burning sky, a figure was quietly floating there. Bathed in the sea of fire, it looked like it was looking at the burning street and the world in the sea of fire. Looking at the figure, it should be an adult. The moment she saw that figure, Yuichi Origami's vision turned black, and her delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that blood could seep out. Looking at the figure floating in the sea of fire, she let out a sharp cry filled with curses and resentment like a malicious spirit. "I'll kill you." With this sentence, Origami Kitsune rushed over. In the silent space, Kitaichi Origami suddenly opened her eyes and screamed crazily as she sat up. Ha. Her breathing was abnormally rapid and her chest was constantly moving up and down. Kitaichi Origami's body was already soaked in sweat. Her face was pale and her eyes were fluctuating with uncontrollable fear. Kitaichi Origami propped herself up and took a deep breath to suppress the fear in her heart. When she calmed down, she realized that she was lying on the bed in her room. Covering her forehead, Tokichi Origami recalled the scene in her dream and bit her lips. What a hateful dream. Although she said this, Yuichi Origami did not have any resistance to this dream in her heart. She didn't want to think about it and didn't want to talk about it, but after this dream, Kitaichi Origami was certain of one thing. If the content of the dream is what she experienced in the past, then the person who killed her parents shouldn't be Atsuka Kotori. In his impression, the person who had killed his parents with that beam of fire was obviously an adult. How old was Atsuka Kotori 5 years ago? She had a hateful dream and remembered something she hated, but at least Kitaichi Origami learned the truth. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone on Yuichi Origami's bedside vibrated, causing Yuichi Origami, who was immersed in her memories, to frown. She reached out and picked up the phone. Hello, Origami. Through the phone, the voice of Liaozi under the sun entered Origami's ears. Come over now. Upon hearing this, Origami Kitsune was stunned. Chapter 1227. Heavenly Palace City, AST Garrison Base. Didn't I tell you to come here as soon as possible? Why did it take so long? In the base, Sunrise Prairie Fire, who was wearing a pair of work pants and a black singlet, had a writing board under her arm and a pen in her other hand. She looked like the foreman of the movers. She used Lion Roar on Kite Origami, who was standing in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that Liaozi didn't spit, Origami's face would have been covered in saliva by now. Yuichi Origami lowered her eyes slightly and replied calmly. It's time to get off work and it's late at night. The spacequake alarm hasn't been issued and the elf hasn't appeared. I didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to be anxious just to meet someone, Liaozi was furious. That's true, but you have to see who wants to meet you. Liaozi rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. Seriously. I don't know why the DM executive director wants to meet you, that's also what I want to know. Tabichi Origami raised her head and looked at Daybreak Prairie indifferently. Why is the DM executive director looking for me? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Daybreak Prairie Fire frowned and stared at Toichi Origami's expressionless face. Speaking of which, he seemed to be very interested in you when you met the DM executive director yesterday. Origami lowered her head. She muttered to herself. It was true that Westcott was very interested in Iris Origami's class photo last night when they were welcoming him. He even left everyone else in the room in front of everyone's eyes. He ran in front of Origami Kitsune and had a strange conversation with Origami Kitsune. Origami thought that Westcott was just interested in the Tianyang ceremony because he had been in a high position for a long time. But now that she thought about it, Origami felt that something wasn't right. After all, Westcott first asked about the photo before mentioning the Tianyang ceremony. Could it be that there was someone in his class that Scott cared about? When she thought about it, the figures of those people instantly flashed through Tokichi Origami's mind, and her eyes narrowed. The DM branch was burned down by fire. The elf who could control fire was also in Origami's class. Yuichi Origami suspected that Scott actually knew who destroyed his branch company. He might even know that the person who destroyed his branch was not only an elf but also in her class. If that's the case. In that case, this meeting should be related to that person. Daybreak Prairie Fire, who was standing in front of Toichi Origami, rubbed his chin when he saw Toichi Origami lowering his head and pondering. It seems like you have some idea why the executive director is looking for you. I'm not sure. Origami didn't boast. But I have a clue, I see. Liaozi nodded and immediately changed the topic. He smiled and patted Origami Kitsune's shoulder. Don't think about it too much. Maybe they have taken a fancy to your ability and want you to join the DM company. Join the DM company? Origami Kitsune was slightly startled. She lowered her head again and murmured. If that's the case, is it possible to defeat the elf? Huh? Origami's murmur was very soft. However, Liaozi still heard it. She frowned and sighed. I can't say that it's impossible. After all, the DMCR unit is much better than the ASTs. Before the real one went missing, she was also a DM member. You know how strong she is. Daybreak Prairie Fire glanced at Toichi Origami. However, the higher the performance of the CR unit, the higher the technical requirement to control the CR unit. I believe in your skills, but I'm not sure if you can really reach that level. At this point, Daybreak Prairie Fire sneakily looked around and leaned over to Kitsune Origami's ear. Moreover, although the DEM has a lot of power, the people inside are not good people. They have done a lot of shameful things behind the scenes. If they really invite you to join the DEM, you have to consider it carefully. Don't be fooled so easily. Origami Kitsune remained silent. After a long time, she nodded her head, making Daybreak Prairie Fire smile in satisfaction. Obviously, regardless of the other reasons, some Liaozi did not want Kitsune Origami to join them. Bringing Kite One Origami through a series of passageways, they arrived at the door of Wilcourt's room. Under the sun, Liaozi knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened gently and Elaine, who was dressed in office lady attire, stood at the door. She first glanced at Tokichi Origami before looking at Liaozi. "Sorry to trouble you." "No, it's nothing." Liaozi showed a rare modesty. "If there's anything else you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." "I will." Elaine nodded politely. She moved aside and said to Origami, "Ike has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." Tabichi Origami looked at Daybreak Prairie. After Daybreak Prairie nodded, she looked at Irene and walked into the room. It had to be said that this was indeed a rather luxurious room. The area is comparable to a normal house. It's quite spacious. In the middle of the vast room, Will Scott sat on an exquisitely crafted sofa that could even be said to be luxurious. He looked at Yue Origami with a smile, causing Yue Origami's footsteps to pause. Her heartbeat also suddenly sped up. The smile on Will Scott's face was very amiable, but for some reason, looking at the smile on his face, Creamy Origami seemed to see a surge of black malice surging on it, which made her feel a little cold. Yuichi Origami was certain that Will Scott was definitely not her type. Westcott seemed to have sensed Origami Kite's reaction. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That person was right. The first impression I gave people seems to be really bad. Although he said that, Will Scott didn't seem to care at all. He opened his arms to Toichi Origami as if he was hugging her. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I apologize for making you come here in a hurry, Miss Origami. I do have something to discuss with you. Please forgive me if I offended you, it's nothing." Even though Yuichi Origami's personality was cold, she still had the necessary manners. Lowering her head, Yuichi Origami spoke respectfully at a distance. "Then, why are you looking for me?" Since Miss Yuani asked, let's get straight to the point. Will Scott smiled and snapped his fingers. On the side, Irene immediately took out a device and projected an image on the wall like a projector. Looking at the content of the video, Origami's eyes narrowed. "It's Wu Yan's image." Sure enough. Origami Kite couldn't help but speak her mind. He really destroyed DM's branch? Oh. Will Scott was stunned. He didn't expect Origami Kitsune to say something like this after seeing the video. He shrugged and looked at Origami Kitsune with a meaningful gaze. "That's true. However, Miss Origami, you did know that Shido Itsuka's true identity is an elf." Kitsune Origami held her breath and was speechless. "Well, although I'm also a little curious about the reason why Miss Yuichi didn't report her discovery to the higher-ups even though she's obviously a member of AST." Will Scott leaned back on the sofa. "But this is Miss Origami's own business. It's AST's business. I don't want to interfere." Hearing this, Yuani Origami couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, Will Scott's next sentence caused her heart to jump again. "Since Miss Origami knows that Shido Itsuka is an elf, you should know about the identities of Yamazaki Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yamazaki Akuya, and Yamazaki Yoshika, right?" Chapter 12:28. As Wilcott read out the names one by one, Tabichi Origami's heart grew restless. Tabichi Origami was certain that Wilcott knew the identities of the elves in her class. If that's the case, why didn't Wilcott kill them? Isn't the DM an organization that advocates killing elves? Although the handling of the space quake and the response to the elves were the responsibility of a certain army of each country, these elven armies were only ahead in terms of numbers compared to the DM. Some of them couldn't even be ahead in terms of numbers. In addition to the special nature and status of the DM, there were many examples of countries asking for help from the DM or DM intervening in the affairs of the elves. Now that they know the elves' identities and locations, why didn't they send people to kill them? Moreover, the elves that destroyed their branch company were among the elves. Yuichi Origami was puzzled, and he couldn't figure out what Will Scott meant. At that moment, he might as well confess. Yes. Tabichi Origami nodded. I know. Yusuke Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yusuke Yagiya, Yusuke Yushien, and Itsuka Shido are all elves. Oh. Will Scott stared at the expressionless Tabichi Origami and suddenly smiled. Just as Origami thought Westcott would ask her why she didn't report this matter to the higher-ups of AST, Westcott raised such a question instead. If that's the case. Your parents died at the hands of elves. You hate elves so much. Why are you still able to live a normal high school life with them? Yuichi Origami raised her head abruptly. Her gaze shot towards Will Scott like lightning. You investigated me? I just want to have a better conversation with Miss Yuani. Facing Yuani Origami's questioning, Lin Fan said. Will Scott's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he admitted it openly. Moreover, it doesn't seem like it's that hard to find out. Yuichi Origami took a deep breath. This time, there was no longer any respect in his eyes when he looked at Will Scott. It was just like what Liaozi had said. Not a single person in the DEM is a good person. However, Will Scott's next words caused Yuani Origami's ice-cold heart to tremble. Hey, Miss Yuani. His gaze met with Yuani Origami's cold gaze. Whiskett's lips curled into a smile. Do you want to know who killed your parents? Kite Origami's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her body trembled, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Even her voice became hoarse. You. Could it be that you know? Wiskett smiled mysteriously. At the same time, Irene immediately changed the channel of the device in her hand. The projection on the wall began to play a video. The quality of the video was not good. It could even be said that it was very poor. The resolution was rough, and the location of the shot was very blurry. Moreover, it was not shot from the beginning. It started halfway through and was intermittent. The first scene of the video playing on the wall was the heavenly palace city shrouded in fire. Then, the image switched to a corner. Some figures appeared inside. Yuani Origami's eyes widened when she saw the figures in the video. Dad. Mom, yes, the figures in the video were Yuani Origami's parents. However, the figures did not appear for long before they were hit by a beam of fire from the sky. Together with the ground, a deep hole was created. Yuani Origami clenched her fists, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Seeing her parents die in front of her again, that kind of pain is definitely intense. However, this is not the only reason why Yuani Origami's breathing became rapid. Another reason is because in the video, there is a blurry black figure in the air. Just now, it was this blurry black figure that shot out a beam of fire and killed Yuani Origami's parents. The video ended there, but the matter is far from over. Irene operated the device in her hand and pressed a button. The blurry black figure suddenly expanded rapidly. Soon, the black figure's true face was exposed in front of Yuani Origami's eyes. Kite Origami was finally able to see the face of the person he hated for the first time in the 5 years he had been searching for his enemy. Looking at the face in the video, Yuani Origami's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and her expression became sluggish. Black clothes, black hair, red eyes, that face, Yuani Origami can see it almost every day. And it's at the closest distance. It's in her class. Yuani Origami looked at the face in a daze, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her eyes set off violent waves, and she murmured the name of the enemy who killed her parents in a way that was close to sleep-talking. Wuha. Sherdao, yes, in the video, the murderer who killed Yuani Origami's parents is Wu Yen. It's him. Yuani Origami's beautiful face distorted at an unimaginable speed, and in the blink of an eye, bitter resentment appeared on her face. So, it's you. Without even thinking, Tokichi Origami turned around and rushed to the door of the room. Irene seemed to have predicted Yuani Origami's actions, and her body moved slightly to the side, blocking Yuani Origami's path. She pressed down with her hand, and Yuani Origami felt her body sink, as if a mountain fell on her shoulder, and with a bang, she fell to the ground. What are you doing? Yuani Origami glared at Irene and desperately struggled to get up. Let me go. Don't waste your energy. Irene coldly glanced at Yuani Origami. My Terde Tori is the most precise magician. Even if you have CR unit, you won't be able to break free. Let me go. Yuani Origami didn't listen to anything, she only knows how to struggle. Irene frowned, and Will Scott sighed. Miss Yuani, even if I let you go now, do you think you can take revenge? Since you know his identity, you should also know that he isn't someone you can defeat, right? Even if that's the case. Yuani Origami bit her lips, her face filled with resentment. Even if that's the case, I still have to go. Don't worry, Miss Yuani. Will Scott stood up and walked up to Yuani Origami. He looked down at her, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. I have the latest CR unit here, and I also have a way to greatly increase your power. I believe you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Yuichi Origami stopped its meaningless struggle and raised its head to look at Will Scott. What do you mean? I mean, I have the ability to help you take revenge. Will Scott narrowed his eyes. You can only take revenge with my help. Yuani Origami's expression changed. You're helping me? Why? Will Scott was surprised. Aren't the elves our common enemy? Do you need to ask why I'm helping you deal with the elves? Origami Kitsune looked straight at Westcott, trying to find any sign of lying on his face. However, Westcott was still full of smiles as he continued to explain to himself. You should know that your former comrade, Wuxia Xianxia, is also a member of DM. She's younger than you, but she has the power to rival the elves. If Miss Yuani is willing, I can provide you with the latest and most suitable CR unit unconditionally, and I'll also help you with mana processing for free. After the mana processing, your control over the CR unit will reach the limit of your body. Wuxia Xianxia used this method to obtain the power of the strongest magician in the world, second only to Irene. I believe that if Miss Yuani uses the mana processing, you won't be any weaker than Xianxia. However, I have to remind you that if you use a large amount of mana processing, your power will greatly increase, but your lifespan will also decrease. If you forcefully increase your power to the point where you can defeat the elves, I'm afraid you'll only have less than a year left to live. It's fine. Yuani Origami's eyes flashed with determination. I don't care as long as I can defeat the elves in Itoka Shido. Will Scott raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chapter 1229. Heavenly Palace City, in a corner alley, walking in the alley where the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, Toichi Origami looked at Will Scott and Irene who were leading the way and couldn't help but ask. Where do you want to take me? Yes, I'm treating your body with magic. Westcott answered without turning his head. I was supposed to bring you to the Dem branch, but the Dem branch in Heavenly Palace City has been destroyed by Itsuka Shido. Almost all the instruments were destroyed in the fire, and AST doesn't have any instruments in this area, so I can only bring you here. Dem also has some secret facilities in Heavenly Palace City in case of an accident. Irene, who was walking one step behind Will Scott, glanced at Toichi Origami. There's an underground facility here used to store some shameful things. It's rarely used and not many people in the DM know about it. You're the first customer here, don't worry. Will Scott waved his hand and turned around. His eyes were cunning. For you, this must be a good place. Hearing that, Tokichi Origami also lowered her head and quietly followed behind Will Scott and Irene. Thinking back to 5 years ago, she watched her parents get killed right in front of her eyes. She had a dream when she was at home and she saw Wu Yen killing her parents with his own hands. She bit her lips and her footsteps became resolute. No matter how Will Scott and Irene answered Koichi Origami's question, no matter where they planned to take Koichi Origami to, Koichi Origami didn't care. Even if it was hell in front of her. As long as Will Scott could give her the power to take revenge, she would move forward regardless of the consequences. This was the path Tabichi Origami set 5 years ago. It was a dark path. There was no path ahead. It was a path destined for destruction, just like the alley Tabichi Origami was walking in. Even his figure gradually walked into the darkness and was swallowed up by it. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and deathly silent alley, and the path under his feet became narrower and narrower. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, there was still no end. However, in the endless alleyway, Will Scott and Irene stopped abruptly when they arrived at a certain spot. They turned around and looked at the wall beside them. "This is it, right?" Will Scott scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. It was apparent that for a person like him who could cover the sky with one hand in the DEM, it was already pretty good that he could remember the approximate location of a small secret facility. On the other hand, Irene was certain. Yes. Lifting her feet, she walked forward. She began to feel around on the smooth and somewhat dirty wall that was covered with moss. After a while, she stopped. In her hand, a trace of green light flashed and disappeared. This is... Toichi Origami, who clearly saw this scene, was stunned. A little surprise appeared in her eyes. "Today, Tori?" "Yes, that's right." Irene nodded. In DEM, some of the secret places and important places are usually opened with the records of the Today Tori as the key. After all, it's the human brain that controls the Today Tori. Everyone's control of the Today Tori is different, so the same brain doesn't exist. It's safer than any method of identification. As she spoke, she kept changing the precision of her Tori. The frequency of her Tori fluctuated in a unique way until a green light flashed on the wall. She stopped what she was doing. Kacha, the sound of an ancient door opening faintly rang out. Immediately, the wall in front of Irene slid open like an automatic door, revealing a pitch-black hole. Irene quietly retreated and signaled to Westcott. Westcott chuckled and walked in with Irene. Tabichi Origami followed them indifferently. After the three of them walked in, the door closed automatically with a kacha sound. Some lights turned on automatically and illuminated everything inside. Tabichi Origami finally saw the place clearly. In simple terms, this is a place with the same layout as some of the isolated areas in the AST. All around, the ceiling and the floor were walls made of steel, flashing with a cold luster. Unlike what Tokichi Origami had imagined, there weren't many instruments placed here. There was only a slender sealed cabin in the corner at the front, standing upright with its back against the wall. Tokichi Origami looked around and raised her eyebrows. She then looked at the sealed cabin. "It's a tool that can help you become stronger." Westcott smirked when he saw Kataichi Origami looking at the sealed cabin. His words made Kataichi Origami look at the sealed cabin with a longing expression. That was the look of someone who longed for power. Although the look in his eyes looked very stupid, Westcott liked it very much, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. That instrument can automatically generate all the mana in the magic circuits here to modify a person's body. It can make a magician exceed the norm. Westcott explained with a leisurely expression. Originally, an outstanding magician would have to use a perfect and gentle method to process magic, but that would take too long, so that Adem developed this kind of instrument. Although its modification is a little harsh, it can greatly reduce the time required. You know the price of reducing the time required. Westcott looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face and smiled. Of course, if you want to use a gentle method, it can be done in about 5 years. No need. Tabichi Origami said coldly, "I'll just use it." Will Scott shrugged nonchalantly and made an inviting gesture in the direction of the sealed cabin. Once you enter the cabin, it will automatically activate. Hearing Will Scott's words, Yuichi Origami didn't hesitate at all. She lifted her foot and walked towards the sealed cabin resolutely. She pressed the button on the side. After the door of the sealed cabin was opened, she stepped in resolutely and laid down in the sealed cabin. Looking at the door of the sealed cabin slowly descending, Toichi Origami felt as if a figure surrounded by flames had appeared in front of his eyes. In her eyes, uncontrollable resentment appeared repeatedly. Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I don't care what price I have to pay, I will kill you the next time we meet, Itsuki said. Inside the isolation facility, Westcott and Irene watched the door of the sealed cabin close. They were speechless when they saw that the cabin was filled with dense magic power and unknown liquid. What? Westcott was the first to break the silence. Don't you want to ask something? Yes, although I know Ike must have his reasons, there's something I don't understand. Irene stared at the sealed cabin in front of her. She stared at the origami kite that was bathed in liquid and magic. At least, I don't think Tabichi Origami is good enough to defeat that man. Even if she used a stronger mana treatment method than Shina, mana treatment will consume a lot of lifespan and cost a lot. However, it's also the fastest way to gain power. But even after using magic, there were good and bad effects. It all depended on whether the target's talent was good or bad. If it was bad, one might pay a painful price in the end and end up with nothing. If it was good, for example, Shina, who was much younger than Elaine, was only slightly weaker than her. In Elaine's opinion, a nameless girl from AST, even if she was magically enhanced, would only be able to compete with the real deal. There was no way Elaine would be able to compete with her, let alone the man who defeated her. Irene didn't understand why Westcott would spend so much effort to modify Tabichi Origami. A person's feelings are a wonderful thing, Irene. Will Coates said meaningfully. She might not be able to surpass you in the end, but she might be able to achieve better results than you. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.